Good evening, everyone. This is a conference meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair and is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34 YouTube channel. It's available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. Sunshine Statement. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the revised annual notice of the meeting scheduled as set forth in Resolution R-24-174, adopted by the Township Council at its regular meeting of July 17th, 2024. It was transmitted to the official newspaper on July 24th, 24, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the revised annual notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of our township clerk. We're going to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and after the Pledge of Allegiance, if everyone would please remain standing for a moment of silence on this, the first anniversary of the attacks of October 7th, 2023, mourning the loss of lives, of the hostages taken, and the ongoing humanitarian suffering throughout the Middle East. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Here.
Councilor Birmingham.
Here.
Councilor D'Amato. Here. Councilor Lockman. Here. Councilor Toller.
Here.
Councilor Williams.
Here.
Mayor Baskerville.
Present. We've been presented the minutes from September 10th, 2024 and September 24th, 2024. I'd like to ask for the approval separately. Let's begin with September 10th, 2024 minutes.
So moved.
Are there any approval or additions, corrections? Hearing none.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Now let's take a look at September 24th, 2024 minutes. Are there any corrections or additions, changes to those minutes?
I have a few that I've given the clerk.
Okay. Did you wish to share them, or you didn't feel like it was consequential enough?
They're not very they're very
Okay.
small.
Okay. Anyone else have any changes that they'd like to add at this time? No?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstained? Okay. This is a very exciting evening. We have some wonderful guests with us this evening, so many of whom are here for us to celebrate. So many are here, and we should be celebrating, and maybe we'll get to you another time. For this evening, we're going to begin with a proclamation that the Township Council has for Jose German. And Councilor Eric D'Amato will present that. Jose, would you, David, please come down, and any other guests that you have that want to be here?
Good for you, my friend.
I'm standing with my brother Jose because we began together years ago, and there have been so many wonderful fights and changes and great things and your leadership, and I wouldn't have it any other way to be standing here, but So when Eric came in, he also had similar feelings, and so I trumped him. So I said, well, let me just stand here so you realize how important you are to a whole community of grateful individuals.
Township of Montclair, New Jersey proclamation honoring Jose Herman Gomez. Whereas Jose Herman Gomez, a Montclair resident, will celebrate his 50th anniversary as an environmentalist and community activist, and we want to recognize his extraordinary community service. Whereas at the age of 17, Jose Herman Gomez implemented his first environmental restoration project as part of his Eagle Scout project. It is important to notice that the environmental movement got national and worldwide attention in the early 1970s. That's true. Whereas in the late 70s, Jose created his first urban farming project in Old San Juan. The organic microfarm has chickens, ducks, a goat, rooster, and vegetables to feed his family. In 1992, after seeing the farm of a friend on the outskirts of the national rainforest in Puerto Rico, Jose noticed that the relationship between native plants and wildlife. He decided to replicate the rainforest vegetation in his backyard as an experiment without knowing that he was creating a wildlife habitat. He did it, and in less than a year, the backyard was transformed into a healthy habitat that attracted birds, butterflies, frogs, and lizards that he had never seen before in his yard. And whereas in 1995, Jose moved to New Jersey and immediately created a vegetable garden in the balcony of his apartment, and a year later, a small garden with native plants. Jose moved to Montclair in 2000 because he loved the community. He opened his home to host people during the holidays that he did not have a place to celebrate, becoming a tradition of 24 years now. The passion for gardening and the environment protection grew up, and for the last 24 years, Jose and David Wasmuth have been implementing projects in Montclair. They got the township certified as wildlife habitat community in 2008, the first town in New Jersey, and number 9 at national level due to Montclair's population. After years of promoting local food, renewable energy, and backyard habitats, Jose founded the Northeast Earth Coalition and created the Crane Park Demonstration Garden. Since that time, the work of the NEC under Jose and David Wasmuth leadership has grown significantly to the point where the NEC is running 8 community gardens in Montclair alone, plus 14 long-term environmental restoration projects. And whereas Jose Herman Gomez has demonstrated a strong commitment to fight hunger and support people facing food insecurity, his project, the Free Little Pantry, has spread around Montclair with 13 locations for food distribution, in addition to 5 more in other neighboring towns. This project that started in 2020 has distributed over 1 million pounds of food to support people in need. This project relies on individual donations and the support of over 200 volunteers. Whereas Jose's passion to teach the young generations has integrated into Montclair's public schools. Jose is currently working with Renaissance, Buzz Aldrin, Hillside, Montclair Co-op, Northeast, and Montclair High School students. The environmental legacy of Jose Herman Gomez includes hundreds of trees planted over the past 50 years, as well as thousands of native plants to create pollinators and wildlife habitat gardens, and have grown thousands of vegetables to support people in need. Moreover, his community composting project is constantly expanding and has now 10 locations in town, 4 of them in schools, and 3 in houses of worship. Whereas because of Jose's environmental initiatives, Montclair became a Monarch USA city, the home in New Jersey of the Northeast Pollinator Pathway, as well as the host town of Acting Locally for a More Sustainable World Conference. 3 ordinances promoting sustainability and environmental protection have been given to the Council of Montclair, all of them unanimously approved. Jose writes a column in the Montclair Local Gardening Life since 2017. Whereas Jose has been recognized at the state level by the Latino Index 2022 award as one of the top 10 most influential Latinos in New Jersey. In 2023, Jose was recognized by the International Environmental Organization Pollinator Project as Changemaker of the Month. Later in 2023, Jose was awarded the prestigious Raspberry Making a Difference Award 2023. This year, the organization New Jersey Peace Action recognized Jose's community work with the Peace Action Award 2024. Jose has taken his successful environmental and community service in Montclair to various places in the United States and other countries, becoming an ambassador of Montclair's environmental and sustainability achievements. And it goes on a little more. The National American Community Gardens Association invited Jose to speak at Loyola University in New Orleans during their annual conference in 2022. The Sustainable New Jersey organization invited Jose to speak at their NJ Sustainability Summit the previous year, as well as Newark Academy's Environmental Week. The NJE Annual Conference 2023, Acting Locally for a More Sustainable World Conference at Montclair State University, and again to speak at the American Community Gardening Association in Wellesley College in Boston. Now, therefore, I,
Mayor Renee Baskerville.
Mayor of Montclair, New Jersey, do hereby proclaim October 11th, 2024 as Jose Herman Gomez's 50th anniversary as environmentalist and community activist in Montclair, New Jersey. Well done, sir.
Thank you, councilors, Mina Toller, Eddie D'Amato, Carmen Logan, Eileen Birmingham, Susan Ching Anderson, Rahun Williams, and Mayor Dr. Renee Baskerville, my sister. Tonight, I can't believe that this is happening. 50 years of community activism is a lot. This Friday, I'll be 68 years old, 25 years of which I have been in love with this town. Serving my community has been extremely rewarding and gratifying. I have accomplished many things in life, but it has been always a team effort. I'm honored to have a lot of great volunteers working with me to support environmental initiatives, sustainability, local food production, and to support people facing food insecurity. The honor is to them. Thank you.
Hello. I want to thank all of you. I'm Leah Massey, a 4th Ward resident and Northeast Coalition, Earth Coalition volunteer. Pollinators such as butterflies, bees, and bats play a vital role in our global, regional, state, and local ecosystems, which support New Jersey farms and gardens. Montclair has been a sanctuary for monarch butterflies, and residents and environmental organizations have created plenty of habitats for them, which helped the Township of Montclair to be designated as Monarch City, USA. This is why we need to continue to work in collaboration with local environmental organizations to restore the land and to create a healthier environment for humans and wildlife. Thank you.
On behalf of the Northeast Earth Coalition, I want to let you know that we support the moratorium of artificial turf, 100%. That is something that we need to accomplish because it's not only artificial turf who are polluting the land where we are growing food, but also the roof of every home in town is polluting with microplastic the land. So this is a serious issue that we need to prioritize. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually have a proclamation for the monarch butterflies. I guess you maybe we're not aware of that, but thank you so much for your kind words. Here's your proclamation, and thank you for coming to be here with us this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to ask for the Xi Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, please, to come forward. Maybe give us a skew wheat or something on the way down. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read that. Sorry. Okay, good. Thank you. Absolutely, yes.
You want to sit? You sure? You okay? Okay. So before I begin this proclamation, I just wanted to make a statement for the public. Please be aware that I'm neither affiliated with this sorority nor a member of the organization. The Montclair chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated operates as a nonpartisan group. This organization continues to grow, attracting women who play a significant role in the community and excel as leaders in education, business, law, and medicine. This chapter is dedicated to fostering sisterhood and service while actively engaging education and inspiring the greater Montclair community and beyond. I recognize these ladies, the incredible impact this organization has had in our community and beyond. I commend them on 40 years of dedicated service. Best of luck to you all with your upcoming Rose Brunch scheduled for October 13th, 2024, in honor of the Pearls and Ivies Foundation. Good work, lovely ladies. And in the words of Booker T. Washington, if you want to uplift yourself, lift someone else up. So I won't read the entire proclamation, okay? But I will do the first and the last paragraph and present it to these lovely ladies. Whereas Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, a national service organization, was founded on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. in 1908. It is the oldest Greek letter organization established by African-American college-educated women. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, inception to cultivate and encourage high school, scholastic, and ethical standards to promote unity and friendship among college women, to study and help alleviate problems concerning girls and women in order to provide their social stature, to maintain a progressive interest in college life, and to be of service to all mankind. Additionally, these ladies have always participated in the community, so I'm going off the cuff now. I've seen them working on Martin Luther King Day, serving meals. I've seen them giving backpacks. I've seen them at Thanksgiving. I've seen them doing the holidays, doing Adopt a Family. So whereas the mayor, Dr. Renee Baskerville, and the council of the Township of Montclair do hereby honor Omicron XI Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated for their dedication and invaluable contributions to the Montclair community. So be it.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I am Candace Jefferson. I'm the chapter president. And here you see some of our chapter members. We just want to thank the Honorable Mayor, Dr. Renee Baskerville. We have done partnerships with her, and we actually honor her last year through our foundation for all the work she has done. We also would like to thank all of the council for the proclamation, especially Councilwoman Amina Toller. And so I just wanted to just say thank you, and we will continue to serve the Montclair community.
Now you're up. Which one is it? Okay. All right, is anyone here this evening to receive the proclamation for the Montclair Brewery on National Black Brewers Day? Would you like to read it anyway, just to recognize it?
I'll bring it by later.
Yeah. I don't see anyone here, so we may not read the entire thing. It's going to be up to Councilman Williams, but perhaps everyone is not familiar with the fact that we actually have the National Brewers Day, the National Black Brewers Day. So we'll just call this education, and they do so much for our community as well. So I think it's important that we read this into the minutes for the day.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a pretty long proclamation here, but I just want to touch on a couple of things here. So the proclamation is for October 10th to be Black Brewers Day. And part of this, it came about from in October 10th, 1970, Theodore Mack Sr. and a business associate celebrated the purchase of People's Brewing Company in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
One moment.
So
Come down, please, to the, yeah, we'll rewind. Rewind. Oh, you must have planned your entrance, I get it.
She's coming.
You want to do yours first? Should we do the other one? Yes. What is yours?
Hispanic Heritage.
Then we're going to go to do the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. And then after that, the family will be here to receive that. Please, anyone that's here to receive the Hispanic Heritage Month, please come forward. If you didn't come specifically for that purpose, but may be able to receive it on behalf of the Hispanic Heritage Month, please feel free to come down. Marcia Almeida is here. Thank you so much. Anyone else that wants to come down and receive the proclamation, please come forward at this time for Hispanic Heritage Month. Thank you.
Good evening. So today we are issuing a proclamation in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month, which actually started Sunday, September 15th, and it goes until October 15th. So this is an annual observance in the states paying tribute to Hispanic Americans for their contributions and influence on the history, culture, and achievements of the United States. The annual observance was initiated in 1968, and the first national observance was implemented by President Lyndon B. Johnson. Now, the date of September 15th, I wanted to note is significant, in case you didn't know, because it is the anniversary of independence for many Latin American countries, such as Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And also Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and 18th, respectively. The one-week observance was expanded to cover the now 30-day period in 1988 by Congressman Esteban Edward Torres. And it was enacted into law under President Ronald Reagan in 1980. No, that doesn't sound right. 1988. Was he the president then? I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm showing my age. Okay, anyway. So we are celebrating National Hispanic Heritage Month by exploring and celebrating the histories, cultures, and traditions of Americans with heritage rooted in Mexico, the Spanish-speaking nations of the Caribbean, Central, and South America. And we know that the Hispanic community in the States has woven very unique threads into the diverse fabric of our country and has played a very important role in shaping our national character as a people of limitless possibility, including these two people who are standing with me right now. I wanted to just note a newer advocacy group, Latinos in Montclair, founded in May 2022. here in Montclair, which was founded for the purpose of uniting the Latino community to promote greater visibility, celebrate cultural diversity, and encourage civic engagement. And this organization has been hosting many events in the community to honor Hispanic American cultural heritage at the library, at the art museum, and many other locations. So I am very proud on behalf of the mayor and the council of the Township Montclair to present this proclamation and join in celebration with Latinos of Montclair and people of Hispanic heritage throughout Montclair, New Jersey, and hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in Montclair. Thank you for all your contributions.
Well, Latinos in Montclair has been an incredible developing force with an incredible also social impact. More than 27 businesses in town are owned by Latinos in the main business district. Latinos are also increasingly growing in our public school system. And one Latino from the Caribbean, not white or European, but a mulatto, was the first New Yorker coming and settled down in Manhattan, at the very beginning. So he was the first settler, Juan Rodriguez, and that is the contribution that we need to keep in mind. The Latino has been around for centuries in this continent. Thank you.
I accepting this on behalf of the Latinos of Montclair, although I founded Latinos of Montclair, we founded
Yeah.
4 years ago. Yes. We stepped down from the organization to let the younger generation do the work. So thank you very much to everybody, and we'll make sure they get it.
Thank you. And so at this time, we're going to present the proclamation for Montclair Brewery on National Black Brewers Day.
So before I read this, it's my honor to present this proclamation to you. One, I've enjoyed a lot of beverages at your establishment. The raspberry jam that's my jam, right? So, and Third Ward business, I mean, so I got to throw that out also. Third Ward residents as well, so there we go. So I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want to touch on a couple of key points. So your business, Montclair Brewery, started in October 13th, 2018. Yeah, so your anniversary is coming up. So the proclamation here is for Black Brewers Day on October 10th. The significance of that date is that Theodore Mack Sr., a business associate, celebrated the purchase of People's Brewing Company in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and became the first black brewery president in the United States, and the People's Brewing Company became the first black-owned brewery in the history of the United States, and that was on October 10th. So now, therefore, the mayor and the council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim October 10th as Black Brewers Day and encourage residents of Montclair to observe this day with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities to celebrate and acknowledge the contributions of the Montclair Brewery and other black brewers in New Jersey and the United States.
Want to thank you all. Thanks for patronizing the business. Thanks for all the community organizations that choose to partner with us. Our motto is building community one beer at a time, so we take that seriously, and we do enjoy collaborating with different businesses and organizations within Montclair as well as in the nearby towns. So we thank you for that. Also, in addition, we are members of the National Black Brewers Association, I'm actually on the board of that, which is an organization that's in its second year. It's a national organization, and through that organization, that's how the National Black Brewers Day was developed. And we feel we're happy to be the only black majority-owned brewery in New Jersey, and happy that we are residents of Montclair, so not only business owner, but residents, and we always loved Montclair, but always felt like Montclair is a very special place, and that's why I think it was warranted. Hey, you know what? If any place in New Jersey to have a black-owned brewery, it's fantastic that it's in Montclair, and we feel very great about that. And thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to invite the Montclair Police. I see Chief Conforti, Deputy Chief Young, and any other people that will be presenting with you. Oh, Lieutenant Tyrone Williams. They're going to do a presentation to the Township Council, and we welcome you guys. It's always great to have you here with us. Haven't seen you in a long time, Lieutenant Williams.
Wow. Good to see everybody. You surprised me. When did Paul decide to shave it all? Welcome to the club.
All right, well, thank you, Mayor, Council, for having us, Mr. LaPola. And obviously, for those that don't know, we have Lieutenant Williams and Deputy Chief Will Young. Excuse me. We were asked to go over some of the protocols surrounding mental health calls and an update on the Anti-Hate Crime Task Force, which we'll do when we're done. And I know we're limited on time. I was prepared to go a little bit longer, but I understand we have a lot going on, so we'll just push forward. So the first question we were asked was, what are some of the protocols for responding to calls involving individuals who are experiencing mental and behavioral health crises? Now, unfortunately, the department has quite a deal experience in handling calls with mental health related crises, but there are several policies in place right now that address that. There's state laws, there's directives that we have to follow. And I would say, although every call is a little bit different, the policies help guide us so we have a consistent response when we're responding. Whenever we do encounter someone who is in distress or going through some type of crisis, you're always going to want to de-escalate to the best extent possible. But for this conversation, I would say there's two scenarios or two outcomes we'd probably want to talk about. The first, the person accepts a voluntary referral to a hospital where psychiatric staff are available. And the second, there's an involuntary commitment. Now, if we're going to be assisting anyone going to the hospital, there's a few things I just want to run through. Many times a person's going to go to Claremont Medical Center by EMS. Depending on the condition of the person, 2 officers will accompany the ambulance. One will be inside for security, one will follow close by. When the officers arrive at the hospital, they're not just going to drop that person off. They're going to make sure everybody's safe. They're going to search the person for any weapons or implements that they could harm themselves, the hospital staff, or the officers. And if the person is incarcerated and arrested and we housed in Montclair, the desk officer can order a close observation of that person for potential suicide. If need be, we can call an ambulance to come by, transport that person to the hospital, and do further evaluation, or we can reach out to the mobile unit that will come to headquarters, do an evaluation, and make sure everyone's okay if we're going to keep that prisoner at MPD. More specifically, we had a question that was asked, what is in place and planned to comply with the Attorney General's directive around de-escalation and use of force in addressing law enforcement response to barricaded individuals? So many of the principles that are around force and any encounter with citizens are already covered under the use of force policy that everyone in the state is mandated to comply with. Now, what's interesting about that policy is that policy went many years without being touched or updated. Then December 2020, it was updated after much of the police reform came out. It was updated again in 2022, and now again with the barricaded individuals. So like I mentioned, many of the topics are already covered in the use of force policy. Some of the topics that are covered, the officers shall make every effort to preserve human life and the safety of all persons. Officers should consider an individual's mental, physical, developmental, intellectual disabilities, other factors hindering the communication with the person experiencing a mental health or substance use crisis, utilize all available de-escalation tactics, only using force as a last resort, and using time as a de-escalation strategy. The new policy, which is an expansion of the current use of force policy, includes notifying the Essex County Prosecutor's Office, and they would assist in contacting any health professionals to come to the scene, and if needed, and only if needed, a tactical team will be called out as well. The first responding officers must decide whether a barricaded individual situation exists. They have to contain the situation, establish an initial communication, begin to request appropriate resources, not force a resolution. And in Montclair, we have approximately 30 officers that are CIT trained in crisis intervention. For a while, we had the most in the county, but due to retirements, we lost a few, and we're in the process of getting more people trained. But they could start the negotiation until a crisis negotiation team would arrive. The department's also in the process of having the Arrive Together program. Now, that was another question that was asked. And for those who don't know what that is, that pairs mental health workers up with the police officers. They would go out and they would respond to anyone suffering with a mental health crisis. Now, what's interesting about this is Lieutenant Williams for years has been working with people who are suffering with mental health. And before I touch on that, I'll say this. We had a meeting going back about 2 weeks ago with the AG's office, the prosecutor's office, and every social service agency that would be involved in this program. The only thing that's slowing it down right now is trying to determine what is the best model and the best way to roll this program out. It's definitely coming here. I had a follow-up meeting myself with Prosecutor Stevens of Essex County. He's excited about bringing it here. It's just a matter of when it's going to be coming here. I would say sometime this year we're going to see it. If it does come out this year, I'll do a press release so everyone's on board. We understand what we're doing. But the Arrive Together program will be coming. Now, back to Lieutenant Williams. For years now, Lieutenant Williams, who supervised the community policing unit, he's worked with many social service agencies, including Tony's Kitchen, Family Promise, Salvation Army, the Mental Health Association, Essex and Morris counties. Worked very close with Bob Davison, who's the CEO of that association. So a credit to him. He's been way ahead of this for years, seeing the problem with the unhoused who are mentally ill on the streets and trying to get them help. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of services for these people. We were dealing with someone today, actually, and we're lucky to have someone like Lieutenant doing this. So just understand, that's not normal. Not every town has someone like Tyrone out here helping people out. I just want to put that out there right now. The other question we had was, what is the training for this discussion around use of force and around the mental health? A couple mandated trainings we have to do. The use of force training twice a year. The Attorney General mandated firearms qualifications twice a year. Crisis intervention training, like I mentioned, we have 30 officers right now that are trained. That's a week-long course. The ICAT training, integrating communication tactics, that teaches de-escalation skills. That's a mandated training. The ABLE training, active bystandership for law enforcement, teaches skills to intervene and prevent harm and diffuse critical incidents. Bias-based policing, another mandated training. Mental and behavioral health crisis response. And then the CLEAR training, which is community, law enforcement, affirmative relations. That's given twice a year. The topics change, but it's usually around improving community relations and working on de-escalation and people experiencing with mental health crisis. So they're all kind of overlap a little bit, but they're all either mandated or programs that we have here in Montclair. Two other things. I know I'm pressed for time here. I was told to drive through as quick as I can. We have the duty to warn notifications. For those who don't know what that is, we receive notifications from the hospitals where if someone in Montclair is suffering and they go to a hospital and they're threatening harm against themselves or others, and that person happens to live in Montclair, we will get a notification. We will put that out to all the officers. This way everyone has all the available information. If in the event that person comes across that person, they have all the information needed to hopefully safely resolve this situation. And then finally, in terms of mental health, for the officers, we have the Cop to Cop program, which is a 24-hour telephone helpline for law enforcement and their families to help deal with personal or job-related stress and behavioral health issues. Cop to Cop will also help find professional resources for whatever the person is struggling with. If an officer has concerns, they can go to their union, they would direct them for help. We have a resiliency officer program in the department. Actually, Lieutenant Williams is one of the resiliency officers. If an officer wants to go to him, he would direct him to the help he needs. We have the employee assistance program in town, and I have to thank Alicia Dawkins for that one. That took a long time coming, but she was able to drive it through and get it done, so we have that. And then obviously, any cop can come to myself or the deputy chief, and we make sure they get the help they need. Now, Deputy Mayor, you asked those questions. Do you have other questions? I know you said you're short on time, so I just pushed through them.
Thank you. I really appreciate all of the information. And just for a bit of context, my inquiry was sort of initiated because of the shooting death of a resident in Fort Lee, New Jersey this past summer. Victoria Lee was 25 years old. And her family, in the middle of the night, was calling 911 to get help because she was having a mental health crisis. And that was not anything that was unfamiliar to them. But unfortunately, the ambulance that they initially asked for never came. And as a result, in the end, she was shot to death. And this Saturday would actually be her 26th birthday. But even before that, in 2023, there were 2 other incidents where individuals, Najee Seabrooks in Patterson and Andrew Jerome Washington in Jersey City, both in 2023, police were called, barricaded individuals, same fact pattern. So I just wanted to make sure, I know that these situations are really difficult for everybody, the families, first of all, that are calling for help, for the police officers, and I just want to make sure that there are protocols in place. I'm really happy to know that y'all have already been talking about bringing Arrive Together. So I guess one question that I have is, the whole program the whole idea is to pair a mental health professional with law enforcement when responding to these calls. So I was just wondering, what resources would we need to be able to implement that?
Okay, so right now, the last conversation we had, they're still trying to determine what model of it is going to be here. And what I mean by that is, we may be partnering with other communities around, like say, if Cedar Grove wants to partner with Montclair, Verona, Glen Ridge, and then each department would have that worker in their town or in Montclair, and they would have to respond back and forth. That hasn't been finalized yet, so I'm not really sure how it's going to work with the other towns. As far as resources, talking about money being put out, they're, my understanding, going to supply the mental health worker. We have to staff the Montclair police officer. Now, that doesn't always work out to everyone's benefit when it comes to money, because if we're going out with minimum staff, we're going to be obligated to put a car out on the road. They want an unmarked car with that particular health worker, so we're going to have to staff that. Anytime it would be our turn to cover Montclair and the other communities. So there's going to be a cost to this. It's not going to be automatic, free to everybody. Understand that. There'll be, I'm sure, the health workers will be free, and the follow-up that they do will be free. As far as Montclair is concerned, the state will be paying for it. Someone's going to pay for it. But the fact that we have to staff it, understand there'll be times we go out at minimum. We have to make sure that we have enough cops to cover Montclair first, and then the additional health worker that'll be on the road.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Councilor Toller?
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And I can attest to Lieutenant Williams' work in the community. I've seen him in action. I guess the question that I have, and I think I know the answer, but maybe some of the public may need to know this, is there any way that residents can leave paperwork at Montclair Police Department regarding a family member that may be suffering or has suffered from mental illness, maybe on medication, so that when those calls come in, you're aware that you're going to 123 Main Street, and we know it might be Uncle Joe who's didn't take his medicine or out of his medicine. Is there any procedures currently in place for something like that?
We currently have a program that addresses that. We call it kind of our Take Me Home program, and it encompasses that also, because what we developed that for was, should a person that was nonverbal or suffered from something get separated from their family, we have their information at headquarters to be able to return them home. But then when we looked at it, we said we should just expand this to anybody that would have any type of special need. That if particularly kids with neurodiversity issues, if say the lights trigger them when we respond to the house, we can put that in our computer system so that when that address comes up, it flags and tells us. So for anything now, we can put that in our computer system. It all falls under our Take Me Home program.
Thank you.
And just so, we usually do that program around Autism Month, correct?
Right.
Because a lot of times families will come up, the people that are nonverbal and kids, and we'll get them in the system.
Right, so residents could just probably, and I'm asking, they can stop in and let you know that their
I would
address.
call Lieutenant Williams. 'Cause
Okay.
They can come in, we can usually email them the application, or one of my guys will go out to them.
Okay, thank you for that.
Just like the duty to warn documents that come from the hospitals, we can enter it in the same fashion.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilor Murray, I'm sorry.
Counselor Birmingham?
Just a very quick question. You mentioned how difficult it is to get services for people that may need them. Do you have a social worker on staff, or how does that work?
We have one,
Yeah.
we don't have a social worker
You
on
don't?
staff,
Okay.
no.
Thank
That's
you.
what the Arrive program will be, a
that'll be a
full-time,
mental
available
health.
mental health worker
Okay.
ready to go, yeah. Yeah, a lot of times when things happen, we have to reach out, and then you're waiting for a crisis worker to come, and depending on the situation, you may resolve it before they get here, or they may come on scene and they can't even stay because they got another call to go out to some other community. Yeah.
Counselor Lockman?
Do you have any resources for like suicide prevention?
For suicide,
Yeah, someone.
as for, are you talking about the community or the or
For our
cops? What are you talking
community, our community. That's
We
nothing
don't,
that-
no. I mean, we work closely with hospital. I mean, once we drop them off at the hospital, I mean, that's pretty much it, but we give them all the information available. Now, unfortunately, we deal with a lot of people that are going through crisis in this town, and we're familiar with a lot of the houses. Sometimes they repeat calls.
Oh, I see.
So we more or less know how to handle those calls, and usually everything works out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Counselor Toller?
Yes, and I know that Deputy Chief Young, you mentioned that residents, if they need to get the application, to contact Lieutenant Williams. Would you be able to just share your email or a phone number for families so that they can contact you if they need to get those applications? Thank you.
Sure, I'm not very hard. I'm pretty out there, but my email is twilliams@Montclair, NJ, USA, all one word, .org. twilliams@Montclair, NJ, USA.org. Or just call Police Department 744-1234, and they can put you into my extension.
I'll just add one thing. We're talking about mental health calls. We have substance use calls that are very related, and Narcan saves and everything else that goes on throughout town. It's not just mental health, but it's all obviously very similar. So. All right, the next topic, I know the one you want me to get to as soon as possible. Lieutenant Williams is going to talk a little bit about the Anti-Hate Crime Task Force. Want to update that?
Sure. I'm sure everybody knows we were awarded a anti-hate crime task force grant. Actually, technically it's the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr. Anti-hate crime grant that we were fortunately to be awarded in 2021. Unfortunately, we were tied up in red tape up until, actually, and I won't go through all of that, but until May of 24. We finally got the budget approved in May of 24. That was the holdup. We could not do anything. DOJ specifically says, do not do anything with this grant until your budget is approved. That actually happened in May of 24. Unfortunately, the grant was a 3-year cycle, it's 36 months. It was expiring in September of 24. So where we are right now is we have applied for an extension, and actually we just got something back on October the 4th from the Department of Justice. I was fortunate enough to attend a grantees conference down in Birmingham, Alabama last week, where I did meet with our representative from the DOJ. And she was very familiar. She knew who I was when I walked up to her, because we've been going back and forth and trying to get this thing done. But she was well aware that we had submitted for our extension. There was a few minor things that need to be adjusted and I'm hopeful that this will be approved within the next few weeks. Unfortunately, what people don't know is we're at the mercy of the federal government, right? So no matter what we want to do, when we want to move, they move at their own pace. And sometimes you're dealing with people that have been there 30 years. So when the summer comes, they take the whole summer off, the whole summer. So you can submit all you want to, but they're off. And then when they get back, guess what? There's other priorities. So I will say it's been a very, quite an experience. But I'm hopeful that we have submitted the extension. We've gotten a reply back. We're tightening up, tweaking the small things, and hopefully we should have an approval I'm hoping within the next few weeks.
Sorry, but
Thank you. Any questions?
Is it a 3-year extension that you're looking for?
So that's where we just got kickback for. The consultants that we're using to help get this along put in for a 3-year extension. The DOJ says, no, only do 1 year and get that approved first, and then we will go forward with the other 2 years. So that's kind of where we're at now. We did put in for the whole 36-month extension, but they want us to do a year at a time.
And that's for a third of the money?
Well, so it's a 36-month grant. They're not going to end it in the first year. It has to go through the completion. So. And actually, the way the money system works anyway, it's not like they're just going to send us the money. We have to spend the money and be reimbursed. So there is no, you got approved, here's the money. No, you got approved, now you can go charging against this money, and then you'll be reimbursed as long as it falls within what's approved in that budget.
Any other council members, questions?
Yes, Mayor, I have a couple questions, if I may.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Lieutenant Tyrone, and I know I've been bugging you about this for a while now, but I appreciate all the information. So I have a couple questions because I think there are a lot of, I don't know, I mean, there's a lot of confusion about what the aims of this, the work of funded by the grant are supposed to be. And so my understanding has been that this is a Montclair Police Department-led initiative, right, that includes community engagement. Is that?
So actually, it's a Montclair Police Department grant. Mm-hmm. All right, and the grant is designed to better facilitate communication between the police department and groups that are marginalized or would not normally come to the police department. Right. The purpose behind the grant is to help the police be able to better communicate with those who would not report hate crimes, who don't know how to report hate crimes, who don't know what a hate crime is, and actually to educate people what a hate crime versus a biased crime versus a biased incident is. Because believe it or not, a lot of people don't know the difference. Well, they don't know the difference. So it's about education. Mm-hmm. It's about training to have people within certain community groups be able to act as liaisons and facilitators to help people come to the police or report however they need, and also just community awareness and encouragement to people to report bias incidents and bias crimes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I recognize the importance of making sure that people understand what can be reported and should be reported, because we all know that people in different communities tend not to report because they're scared or they don't think the police will listen to them, or different situations. One question that I have, and I think is on the minds of other people in town is there any room in this grant and the aims to fund like community dialogue? Because I think that one of the longer term goals is to prevent hate crimes and bias incidents, and one way of doing that is to foster dialogue and have people, different communities, members of different communities, learn from each other and educate each other on experiences that they have. And so
they're actually the part of the process and the program is to hold community meetings and with different groups and the partner. So there are two actually groups that are a part of this. There's the community partner group, which I already have formed, which I've been working with to having light meetings so far. We actually are scheduled to have a meeting this week. Then there's the larger group, which is the Anti-Hate Crime Task Force, which in that group you will see we will try to have every representative of any group or organization that experiences bias or hate that feel that we want to come to the table. The community partner group is actually a group of local organizations that we've worked with in the police department over the years that have been our partners. So that's kind of the steering committee for the larger group that's going to be kind of driving where we go, which way we turn. And there is a plan that is actually a very comprehensive plan over the 36 months, that implementation plan and on all that goes with it, but it will be steered by between the two groups together.
Thank you. I do hope that you, there are organizations in town, and the OAG's office also has a lot of resources. These groups are doing the work, so I'm sure you'll all work together well.
I've been in touch with all of them. In fact, we were together in Birmingham. We've already worked with talked to the FBI, the prosecutor's office, all of these, Montclair State, all of these organizations, our own public schools, we have representatives. So it's about getting everybody together at the table so that hopefully we don't miss anybody, because the whole goal here is to make this a broad net so that we cast it to capture everybody, so we're all in this together to encourage people to report and know what it is and not have a fear of coming to the police, because we actually realize that there are groups that they come from places that police are not the first person they're going to go to. In fact, it's the last. Mm-hmm. And I will say even further on that, realizing that in consultation with my bosses here, we have a coordinator that is going to be kind of our point person for this grant, who is actually a professor from Montclair State that I've worked with on DEI committees before. Nice. And she is going to be, Dr. Laura Quiros is going to be our coordinator of the grant, and we will work together to get it done.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Chief, this evening?
No.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate you coming here and always appreciate your time. I personally want to thank you and Deputy Chief for responding to the incident that we had a little earlier in the year, where our manager, Mr. Lapola, and I brought one of our neighbors to your attention that was in a mental health crisis, and you handled it so well. I am inestimably grateful to you for everything that you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up is a presentation by Neglia Engineering regarding the new New Jersey stormwater regulations. So thank you for being here with us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
That goes with this. Oh, okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Hope you're all doing well. For those who I have not yet met, my name is Norberto Hernandez. I am a representative of Neglia Group, and we have been the Township Engineer of record for the last 6+ years. And upon council request, we have prepared this presentation to go over in a broad sense, the new amendments to the New Jersey's stormwater regulations, and specifically Montclair's potential impacts. Okay, so I'm joined by my associate here, Richard Caprio. He's a GIS manager, and he'll be assisting me with his presentation tonight as well. So here's a brief outline of what we'll be discussing tonight. Now, the topic of stormwater management is extensive and can be discussed for hours, literally, on end, days. But I think for the purposes of the discussion, we'll be highlighting the critical points of the amendments that were introduced by the state last year. And to do that, I think it's important to really key in on three aspects of stormwater management rules. And those being the New Jersey flood hazard area rules, the New Jersey stormwater management rules, as well as the New Jersey municipal separate storm sewer systems regulations as well. Okay, so we'll be going into a little bit of detail on each of those areas as we progress through this presentation. Okay, so starting off, we'll be jumping into the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection flood hazard area rule requirements. Now, to begin this discussion, I just want to have a pause, take a step back, and kind of talk about what exactly a flood hazard area is. So just so we're all on the same page. And the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection defines a flood hazard area as the land and the space above that land, which lies below the flood hazard area design flood elevation, which is commonly referred to as DFE, and the flood hazard area design flood elevation is a flood equal to the 100-year flood plus an additional amount of water in fluvial areas to account for possible future increase in flows due to development or other factors. And those other factors can be simply just a more intense rainfall event beyond the 100-year storm. Okay, so there's kind of a built-in safety, a factor of safety in that calculation. Okay, and when we talk about flood hazard areas, I think it's also important to note that there are not all flood hazard areas are created equal. There's very distinct differences between a tidal flood hazard area versus a fluvial flood hazard area. Tidal flood hazard areas are generally governed by or more significantly impacted by tidal flooding from the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, so that's generally your coastal communities, but not exclusively coastal communities. There's certain municipalities which, while not directly on the coast, are severely impacted by the tides. So that is what defines the tidal flood hazard areas. On the flip side, we have fluvial flood hazard areas. And these are areas which are, again, governed by or more significantly impacted by direct stormwater runoff, okay? And that's more your inland communities, such as Montclair. So the purposes of discussion moving forward, when we're talking about flood hazard area requirements, we're talking about fluvial flood hazard areas, as that pertains to Montclair. So now that we've kind of gone over the baseline theory behind flood hazard areas, just like to give a little bit of background on what spurred these amendments from last year. And it's no secret to anybody, but over the last several years, we've been experiencing more significant rains more frequently. And that's something that the state has acknowledged and done extensive studies on. And what they found was that the data that was historically used to model and design stormwater management systems and determine flood hazard areas was really not representative of the storms that we're experiencing today. That data is really dates back to about 1999 when that data is really obtained, and we're now in pushing 2025. So there's a significant time that has passed since the data has been updated. So the state has done further studies that has essentially determined that since the year of 1999, which is the raw rainfall data that we have, compared to historic rainfalls data that we've received in 2019, there's been a 5%, 7%, and 15% increase in the amount of rain experienced for the 2, 10, and 100-year storms. And those storms are critical because that's kind of the baseline when we speak about flood hazard areas and stormwater management on how we compare storms, okay? So those are the ones that the state really focuses on. And projecting forward through the year 2099, the state projects that those same 2, 10, and 100-year storm events will continue to increase in rainfall received by 24%, 27%, and 50% respectively. And again, that's projecting over the next several decades. So that's kind of what is the real genesis of these amendments, to try and tackle these specific issues. Okay. So what changed, right? Now, there's extensive material that goes in detail on all of the amendments, but I think for the purposes of flood hazard areas, the most critical, at least in my opinion, for the purposes of this discussion, changes how we establish that critical DFE, that design flood elevation, okay? So just to give a little bit more background, under the previous rules, okay, there's essentially 2 sets of maps, flood maps, that the state has approved for the purposes of determining flood hazard areas, okay? That's the New Jersey state mapping, flood mapping, that was mapped and studied by the DEP. And then there's the FEMA flood mapping, which is on the federal level, and they map all across the United States. Those are the 2 baseline maps that we go to when we look to determine flood hazard areas. Now, under the previous rules, if, and it's an if because the state mapping doesn't cover all areas, but if there was state mapping available, then you could use that information to determine your flood hazard area elevation, your design flood elevation, and it would essentially be a 1-to-1 comparison. If you were using the FEMA flood mapping, you would take your 100-year flood elevation, which was determined by FEMA in their flood studies for those specific areas, if studied, and then add an additional foot on top of that. And between the 2, whichever one was higher, you go with the most restrictive one, and that's your DFE. Okay, and that's what your baseline is, that's what you're designed for, that's how you determine your flood hazard area within these sensitive areas. Under the new rules, now, same maps, we still refer to the same maps. However, if we look at the state mapping, we now need to add additional 2 feet on top of whatever was determined to be the 100-year flood elevation on the state maps. It's additional 2 feet on top of that. If we look at the FEMA maps, it's an additional 3 feet on top of the 100-year storm elevation as compared to 1 foot of increase under the old rules. Okay, so there's a significant change there, and I'll go into a little bit more detail with some examples on what that looks like for the impact. Okay, and just for comparison's sake as well, there were studies that were performed post-IDA that determined that there was an average rise in the 100-year flood elevation of 3.1 feet during kind of the peak of that storm. So that's kind of where the determination came from through the state studies of how they fell to those numbers. So these rules do not apply everywhere, okay? These rules are limited to either flood hazard areas or riparian zones, okay? And those are determined by the state that there's a flood hazard area and a riparian zone that exists along every regulated water that has a drainage area of 50 acres or more, okay? So if there's a water body like Tony's Brook, for example, okay, pretty much every section along that that water course drains over more than 50 acres, okay? and that's a regulated water body. So along that channel, you'll see that there's maps prepared that have delineated the floodplains, okay, along that area. So if you fall within that area and you're looking to, sure.
Councilor Williams?
Yeah, sorry. So I see, you have a lot of information, and a lot of this is good information. It's very deep in the weeds here. But if you could just tell us how this affects what we currently do, any sort of changes that the town Montclair is going to have to do.
Yeah, so actually, okay, you want to jump ahead? Okay, you just jump ahead again, continue. Okay, so here we have some just conceptual illustrations, okay, on what the change looks like. Okay, so on the left-hand side, we have an illustration of what the previous rules are. On the right-hand side is the change, potential change, okay, under the new current rules. And what this shows is the dark blue line, okay, that you see kind of in the middle between all the houses, that's what represents the water body, the water course. The light blue shaded area is what would have been determined to be the flood hazard area under the old rules. And if you look closely, you'll see that only one of the three houses fall within the flood hazard area, okay? And that's the red house. Now, as I mentioned earlier, under the new rules, we need to raise that elevation by, at a minimum, 2 feet, okay? And that's what's represented on the right side image. We now see that both the blue house and the red house fall within what is now the new regulated area, okay? That's determined by that DFE. That's the flood hazard area, okay? And if you plan to do any work in that area, you need to comply with the new rules with respect to floodplain management, okay? And the land use rules. That gets reviewed and approved by the state of New Jersey. So that's the impact, okay? That areas that maybe did not think or need to account for potential flooding now do, okay? And that's kind of the progressive approach that the state is trying to take to try and get ahead of disasters such as Ida, so that the impacts are lessened, okay? Next slide, and I have some more illustrations of kind of what this looks like. Again, so on the left-hand side of this image, we see just a conceptual image of what would be a channel, river, brook, stream, whatever the case may be. And the dark blue line, which has this old flood hazard area right on top of it, that's kind of what would be representative of the old rules. And in the old rules, the house on the left would not fall under that area. It would not be considered at flood risk. Under the new rules, with that now DFE raised by a minimum of 2 feet, we now see that it is potentially at risk for flooding. So again, not that it necessarily needs to do anything, okay, to protect itself, but if they were to do any development, then they would need to take that flood risk into account and be.
Councilor Toller, did you have a question?
I did. Thank you. First, thank you for this presentation, but for Mr. Lapola, this isn't the presentation that I asked for. No, I asked for a presentation regarding the upcoming state regulations on state development and redevelopment plans. I'm happy with the stormwater presentation, but this isn't what I asked for. I mentioned that we wanted to get a better understanding of the upcoming regs coming out in June of 2025. As far as development and the two rivers that run under Montclair. So, I have the email that I sent you on September 23rd, but since you're here on stormwater, we'll continue to listen to it. You mentioned FEMA. My question for you is, are you aware of any streets here in town that are in a FEMA flood zone? And if you are, can you share with us what streets they are?
Good question.
There's several.
Okay.
There's
How many
several.
would you say exactly?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I don't want to give false information, but if you look at, again, Tony's Brook, for example, right? It comes from the northern part of Montclair, right? Little Falls, and runs through Edgewater Park and further beyond. So there are areas such as Parkway, Brookside. If you kind of look at that area by the Trustwall Valley Road, going towards Upper Montclair, that area is within a FEMA floodplain. So those portions of those streets, in essence, are also within the floodplain. And it's not unique to that area, it's spread across town, but I could certainly give you more information.
Yeah, I think Walnut Street, Glenridge Avenue,
Portions of it.
Greenwood Avenue
Yes.
are also in FEMA flood zones.
Yes.
Brookside, yeah, there's a lot of FEMA flood zone areas here in town. Have you had a chance to read the NJ Pact state regs? And if so, can you share in detail your best understanding of it and what it means for Montclair?
Well, that's referring to the
Yeah, 'cause
potential
that's
new
what
rules.
this is what
Yeah.
I asked for. I sent it to the manager. I'm not sure what he relayed to you to do for a presentation, but it wasn't on stormwater. But since you're here, we're going to listen to it, but I still have some questions in hopes that you can answer a few of them.
Yeah, so I do have something related to that as well towards the end of my presentation, but we'll just jump into it. So those are still under review. Those rules are not finalized. I believe the expected timeline for approval is sometime in the fall of 2025. Okay. Well,
Councilor D'Amato.
Hi, thanks. I just have a question about slide 7 and the regulations that it mentions and implies, which is that basically all these activities that become regulated and subject to an FHA permit. So any creation of impervious surfaces, clearing, cutting, and removal of vegetation in a riparian zone, any grading or fill excavation. So what does that mean in practical terms? Does that mean that in places like Parkway and other of these areas that are close to that any of those things, that's what we're seeing in terms of the added burden on your activities, that these need to be permitted, all of them?
in those cases, those developments, right, I mean, they're not large developments, but they're still development,
Yeah.
would need to be reviewed and approved by the state of New Jersey. Okay, because it's the regulation of the state of New Jersey. The state of New Jersey regulates those areas. Okay, on top of whatever local ordinances that the town has.
And just as a real barn door estimate, like how many tax lots are we talking about, let's say in the township? You know, how much of the township is subject to that kind of
To the
regulation?
specific floodplain
Yeah,
requirements?
so the floodplain map that we see normally, that I've looked at a million times, it's on the website, that
Yeah.
has dark blue around Honey's Brook. Hundreds of properties?
As far as what comes to my desk
Yeah.
for review, not many. However, there have been instances, actually just about a month ago, something came across my desk. I forget exactly what they were doing, but they were doing some kind of development on their property. And I looked at the maps, and I noticed they're within a flood hazard area, potentially. So I kicked it back to their engineer and said, hey, you may want to look at this because I don't really want to spend the time reviewing this because this may totally flip on its head. It's a different set of rules that need to be adhered to. And they agreed, and they're kind of back to the drawing board. So a handful of times that's come across my desk that the two kind of worlds collide, if you will. But Montclair has its own set of rules that developments need to adhere to with respect to stormwater management. Okay, it's kind of the mix of between just general stormwater management and then floodplain areas, I think is kind of what.
So these are all, by definition, involve properties that would be subject to having to get flood insurance.
Correct.
So people would know that they're in for
Correct.
something. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the sort of the permitting and regulations about like downhill water that we're hitting now are something different, because those would involve places that are not actually in the floodplain.
Correct. That's just general stormwater management.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I may
That's a
just
lot.
kind of.
Counselor
can I-
Lockman?
Can I just correct or add to that? So not everybody would know that you have to have flood insurance, because not everybody has a mortgage. It would be the mortgage holder who would tell you
Right.
if you don't have a mortgage.
Right.
You wouldn't know whether you're in a floodplain. Would you, or the town doesn't tell you anything, right?
No, the town doesn't tell you anything directly. And like I said, with these new rules,
Yeah, the manager said your homeowner insurance would probably tell you.
if you have a good one, yeah.
They
Yeah.
should. Yeah.
And like I said, there may be properties which historically have not been within a flood hazard area, but with these new rules, may now fall within a flood hazard area, because now everything is kind of taken into account to be conservative, to account for future flooding. So that's kind of the shift that's occurring, and the state is constantly reviewing and restudying and updating maps to kind of keep up with the new information. But I believe the last updated maps were in 2020, so that's kind of what we base off of now.
Any other council members have further questions?
Go ahead.
Yes.
I think the slide 31 refers to the real rules that you were talking about before. And I know myself and a few other council people and a couple of staff members were able to join a webinar that the New Jersey League of Municipalities organized last week. And there is a recording for people who couldn't make it, and a slide deck. So I just wanted to know, and it wasn't clear to me from listening to that webinar. It seemed like there were a lot of questions. Actually, I think Councilor Birmingham asked about the potential impact of like the inland. You know, we are inland. We're not a coastal area or wetland, right?
Yeah, so I'll address. So as I kind of mentioned at the start, there's two different kinds of flood hazard areas, right? You have your tidal and your fluvial. The inland flood protection rules, which is kind of the basis of what I was discussing earlier, is what pertains to Montclair, because Montclair is an inland community. It has fluvial flood hazard areas. At least my understanding is, and again, this is still very preliminary, the rules aren't finalized, so who knows what the final version of the rule looks like and what the requirements will be. It's focusing now on the coastal communities, the tidal areas. Okay, I believe it's like raising, like I discussed, flood hazard areas are now being raised within fluvial areas by 2 feet or 3 feet, right? I think coastal communities are looking at something more like 5 feet. I don't believe that's going to have any impact on Montclair, because Montclair doesn't have any tidal flood hazard areas. Okay, not to say that there may not be some portions of the rule that impact stormwater management in Montclair, but I think the state believes that they've addressed inland flooding with last year's rule amendments. Now they're turning their focus to coastal communities.
Can you speak about mandated
Councilor
streams?
Toller?
Thank you, I'm sorry. Can you speak on mandated streams and what the regs would mean for Montclair? Or what your belief is with the mandated streams here in town?
Mandated streams enough.
Tony's Brook is a mandated stream, is that correct?
It's a regulated water body.
So can you go into a little detail about how that might work with this presentation you're presenting on stormwater and flooding? Is there anything we as a council or township needs to be aware of that we should be doing to ensure that those streams are free and clear?
Well, the issue with that is that a lot of the areas associated with, whether it's Tony's Brook, Nishwan Brook, etc., most of it is within privately owned properties. The portions of that run within township-owned property, aside from maybe some parks, is within the roadway, and those are primarily not open. They're closed channel culverts, and those are generally maintained by the town personnel, but the portions that flow within privately owned property is really outside of the township's really legal bounds to do any kind of cleanup or improvements, right? That falls on the specific property owner to maintain, or I know, like, for example, during Hurricane Ida, there was a lot of tree debris or just general debris that fell. The property owners are responsible to maintain their portions of a water course if it flows through their property. So that's kind of a very more nuanced situation. To say that the town can't explore options to address those areas, but just as a general rule, historically, how the township has handled those situations, it is privately owned property, so the town doesn't really.
May I interject?
Just give me 1 second, I'm sorry. And if you can't answer this now, then we're going to have to maybe have you come back in a couple of weeks. Can you speak on the New Jersey Resilient Environment and Landscaping?
That's the real rules.
Yeah, the real.
Yeah, so that's what I just mentioned.
Right, because it's in place from May through June 2025, so you're not comfortable speaking on it at this point in time because you're.
Well, it's not that I'm not comfortable speaking on it. Is that I don't know what the final version of the rules is.
Mm-hmm.
However, from what I've researched and understand, I don't think many of the rules, at least the major changes, will have a significant impact on Montclair because it's focusing on the coastal tidal flood hazard areas, not necessarily inland flood areas, which these rules are primarily focused on.
Manager LaPola, did you
Yes,
want to
thank you,
interject?
Mayor. And just in terms of Tony's Brook, we have a meeting set up on Thursday between representatives of Montclair, Glen Ridge, and Bloomfield to start brainstorming and figuring out how to address some Tony Brook's flooding issues because no municipality of those three can cure those problems by themselves. The goal is to assess the problem and then approach our federal representatives, hopefully to get some assistance. What we can do on our own, we will do, but if there's a long-term, probably very expensive solution to some of this, we're going to be doing it together. So our first meeting is going to be held on Thursday morning.
Great, thank you. Councilors, if there are other specific questions that you have, I'm going to ask, please, that you ask them now. And if not, then I'm going to thank you very much for coming,
Mayor,
your
sorry.
presentation, and then we'll move on. Councilor Birmingham.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. I think stormwater really is such a big problem, so I appreciate your being here. And just to be clear, the rules that you're describing are final rules. There are some that are still not final, the real rules, the development. But what you're describing here, the expansion of flood zones, are final rules.
In effect.
Okay, they're in effect.
Yes.
And so when you say that the state, basically, if you're within this realm, this hazard zone, you have to get state permission, or they have to sign off on anything that you would be changing?
The easy answer is yes.
Okay.
The more complicated answer is it's not that simple either. Depending on what you're doing, the state does have levels to permitting. Okay.
Right.
If you're doing something relatively minor, you may qualify for what they call a permit by rule.
Okay.
And what that basically means is there's specific activities that are defined under the permit by rules, and if you fall under one of those rules, like construction of a fence, right? There are specific requirements that are listed, and if you are complying with those requirements, then by rule, you're permitted to do it.
Okay.
You don't need to go through a full DEP review process, but generally the more involved the project, the more involved the review process will end up being. But there is some latitude where, again, you need to record that documentation, because in the event that there is an issue or DEP swings by, you can't just say, oh, well, I thought it was okay. You need to demonstrate that you did comply with whatever requirements.
Of the state. Okay.
Right.
And then on page 24, you have a summary of Montclair's MS4 infrastructure. Slide 24, I'm sorry. Can you just in a minute or less, because I know we have a lot to get through tonight, but we hear often, at least I do, because I am the ward counselor for the Burnside, that area that floods frequently, that's in the flood zone as you described.
Yes.
Where people are saying, we need another storm drain here, we need another storm drain here. stormwater mapping is coming, is that my understanding? Is
It's
that,
required.
It's required.
Yes.
So we are going to be doing that soon, right? Like a
We need to,
town?
yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so that's something that's required by the state under the, again, the
Okay.
old new
Yeah,
rules,
okay.
right? Because there's new rules
So
coming.
this estimate here, where you have the infrastructure is estimated to consist of, is sort of, will be confirmed? Is that the idea?
Right, this is just kind of a rough idea that actually Rich from my office looked at. Based off the information that the town has available to date, that's kind of what we're estimating. However, once you start really going out there, I mean, essentially what needs to happen is we need to go around every street in Montclair, all 82 miles of township-owned roads, and inventory every single inlet, manhole, pipe, and put that on a map.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yeah.
final, very
Council D'Amato.
Just very quickly, when we are going to be mapping again, does that mean that we start, so I understand that they are going to be raising, based on our existing maps, some feet under some formula, but that doesn't address the possibility that our map of our flood zones is changing because our topography or something. Like, in our packet is a communications from somebody who has had on Bloomfield and Park, not part of the traditional, not part of the official flood map, that they've been getting terrible flooding the last couple of times. And I believe that also at Claremont and Pine, we had a situation. So, this is a dumb question, but I don't care.
Yeah, no,
Is it
so-
like, does it change
No,
over
it's
time?
it's a fair point. Just because you're within a flood zone does not mean, just because you're not within a flood zone does not mean that you're at no risk of flooding. Okay, and I can speak to that from personal experience. My sister bought a house in Somerset 2 days before Ida, and was not in a flood zone, perfectly fine, thought to be at least. Ida came and we got totally wiped out. So, surprise, surprise. It's a matter of capacity, depending on what kind of storm that we run into. If we get 5 inches of rain equally spread out over 24 hours, probably not a problem. If we get 3 inches of rain in 1 hour, big problem. It's the amount of capacity that these pipes, culverts can handle, and there's only but so much of it. And once that capacity is exceeded, if we have an intense rainfall event, it fills up
But that doesn't
rapidly.
that doesn't change the map, correct? In other words,
No.
like in the last big storm,
No.
we were surprised because Claremont and Pine was harmed quite badly. And then, as I recall, other parts of town that had traditionally taken it hard were spared.
Right.
So at some point, does the map change because of this? Or is the map just the map?
Well, the
Councillor Lockman?
Can I add something?
Sure.
I think part of that is the change in impervious surfaces.
Right.
I mean, the person who talked about this, Claremont and Pine, had specifically cited that the new surface parking lot that the hospital put in, since that was put in, they've experienced much more water. And we have seen more development around town, which would obviously
Right.
eliminate some of the pervious
And
coverage.
that kind of leads into, in 2021, the planning board, I believe you might have said on there, adopted amendments to the stormwater management plan. And in there, they recommended that new stormwater requirements be introduced by ordinance to kind of account for not these major development projects that are regulated by the state, but the lesser ones, which in a vacuum doesn't really cause a big issue. You know, if someone's looking to put a rear addition on their house, again, in a vacuum, probably doesn't really cause a big impact, but multiply that by 100, 1,000 different developments over the course of several years, becomes a very big issue. So before 2021, there was no rules that really govern those projects. Now we do. And that's what we call in Montclair. And this is a Montclair rule, not a state rule. This is a Montclair requirement. They're called minor developments. And that's that's what I review about 90% of my time, is minor development projects in Montclair, to make sure that, to the best of our ability, that we're getting ahead of issues and making sure that these developments are providing what's necessary in order to mitigate flooding.
Councilor Toller?
Yep, thank you. You said that most of this is about coastal. You're saying that there's not going to be any migration, if you will, or integration of land use. Is there any new updates coming up that you're aware of?
There may be.
State Land Resource Protection Program.
Yeah, there may, with the real rules, there may be some overlap.
Right.
Okay, but with respect to maybe some new definitions, new requirements on stormwater management modeling, I'm sure they're going to continue to, these rules have evolved several times over since they were first introduced, and they're going to continue to evolve. But I think the major changes when it comes to like flood mapping are primarily going to be focused on the coastal, tidally influenced
No, I'm reading it
communities.
right here. It doesn't say what you're saying. So it says these rules work in tandem and collectively help protect New Jersey's land and water resources, as
Right.
well as afford protections to public safety, health, welfare, et cetera. So I'm just trying to understand the word coastal that you're using and not bringing it here to Montclair to make it make sense. Because it sounds like these rules that are coming, it's going to be a collaboration of coastal and land. So I'm just asking if you can speak about that. If you can't right now, that's fine. And perhaps we can have you come back a little later, you know, for this specific topic, because
I think that'll be a good idea to
Yeah, I
come
think
back
so.
later. And I'd like to thank you for the presentation and for the handout. We all have a copy
Yeah.
of the handout, and if we have questions or further discussions, perhaps we can do that offline. The individuals, the hour is late. It's about, 8:38 or so. I see a lot of people are here this evening who perhaps want to speak also. So I'd like to thank you very much. And
Thank
next
you.
on the agenda will be the public comment.
Thank you.
So for those of you who are here for public comment, please, the rules are the same. You have up to 3 minutes, no more than 3 minutes. Please make sure that you put your name up here at the table, sign in, and when you come to the podium, please give us your first and last name, and make sure that the comments that you wish for us to hear are within the 3-minute time period. I'd like to thank you for coming, and we welcome you.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville, Town
evening.
Council, Mr. Lapola, and everybody else. Came over tonight just to briefly offer some comments about the resolution you're considering regarding playing fields in Montclair.
Please, may I have your first and last name?
Sure, I'm Andrew Lacey. I live at
Thank you.
319 Park Street.
Thank you.
Sorry. I wanted to start by just grounding my thoughts in celebrating some student athletes that are at the collegiate level at Montclair, around the country. I'm sure you will hear many more anecdotes like this from across various sports communities. I just want to make a couple comments about young men and women soccer players that are playing at the collegiate soccer level. There are a number of them, but what's truly remarkable and I think actually unique across this whole country is that right now, 6 of them have been selected by their coaches or peers as captains at universities like Georgetown, Indiana, Williams College, Wesleyan University, Arcadia College. These kids have excelled in high school and gone into super competitive environments and been seen as leaders and exceptional athletes. That happens because of a remarkable ecosystem that exists in Montclair. Thousands and thousands of kids participate across a whole bunch of athletics in town, and it's a complicated ecosystem. It involves facilities that the township owns, that the county owns, that the BOE owns, that MKA owns, that Montclair State owns. And I'd like an appreciation of that ecosystem and the hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of volunteers that participate. Mr. Burr and been one of those for decades, among probably many other people here tonight. And so the only things I would ask, there are no planned turf field installations right now across this town. So what I just ask you to consider is to take the time to consult across those stakeholders, whether it's the BOE, whether it's the remarkable organizations that run programs, whether it's the coaches at the high school and other levels, consult. The second is to perform a thorough evaluation of the field requirements across that ecosystem. This has been done recently in Millburn, because all this about the fact that we live in the most densely populated state in the country and the most densely populated part of the state, and it is hard to maintain and meet the utilization needs of those fields. And then finally, after all that is done, I'd ask you to reflect on the pros and cons of the will of the people and considering a referendum to establish the will of the people in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Good evening. Name is Keith Ali, lifelong resident of Montclair. In fact, my family settled here in 1898. My grandfather married my grandmother in 1920. This prestigious council gave my grandfather an award when he was 104 years old. Councilman Baskerville was here. I'm here to speak about the masjid that I attend and the Islamic phobia that's been circling around, and the accusations of some of our members being anti-Semitic. As some know, that I worked for Muhammad Ali for 43 years. I was also the county warden simultaneously. I started with Ali when I was 19. All right, we have relations throughout Montclair. We have roots in Montclair that maybe this watchdog group that is circulating these rumors is not aware of. Our beloved brother, Charles Williams, who recently passed away, who was Sheila Oliver's aide, sat on our Shura committee. Does anyone here know what a Shura committee is? You know what a church committee is? Church board? Same thing. Charles was instrumental in getting the governor to have the Council of Imams and our iftar dinners in the governor's office, and also to ameliorate some of the complaints that arose after 9/11. Why I'm here is the young lady that was the fencing Olympian. She was told that she couldn't come to display her book and speak at a school. One of the things that is occurring, as I was a warden, I investigated and I worked on the inmate consent decree. They had a condition of confinement allegation against the county. I was the principal investigator at the county. I worked with public advocates, and I worked underneath 4 wardens. We investigated the issues. When a complainant comes and he tells you what the complaint is and what to do about it, that should raise some alarms. We're not saying that there is no anti-Semitism, but you cannot go to a person's social media and see some pictures of some Gaza children that have been killed, and then assume that masjid or that individual is a Hamas sympathizer. Now, some people do that. You know why they do it, right? They do it because they'll send that letter to George Soros after the town paper. I don't know if there's a reporter here, but after the town paper writes the article about the alleged anti-Semitism, and they generate, is my time up?
Thank you, Mr. Ali.
Don't worry, there's more coming.
Thank you.
We'll be back.
Next, please.
Good evening. First, let me start by saying no more turf in Montclair. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. I have been attending town council meetings on a fairly regular basis over the last several years as an advocate and activist for a variety of social justice causes, as well as to advocate for policies that I believed would improve the quality of life for the people of Montclair. I have been to a number of tense meetings and have even engaged in civil protest actions within these chambers, including holding signs and standing up in the audience to show solidarity with someone speaking at the podium. Several of these tense meetings included people shouting at the council in protest, and I have done that myself once or twice. That is certainly within the rights of the public to do, as we all have a right to free speech, and I cherish that right as an American. However, over the last few town council meetings, I have observed a growing tension amongst neighbors who are in attendance at council meetings. Unfortunately, that tension reached a fever pitch at the last council meeting, where those who were speaking at the podium were yelled at by neighbors sitting in the audience and carried over into glares and offensive comments made to those speakers after walking away from the podium. I left here 2 weeks ago with a deep pit in my stomach and feeling devastated by these interactions. I know several people, both on the dais and as commenters, have chastised those who have expressed their frustration with the council by calling out from the audience or speaking angrily and sarcastically to the council during their public comment, and I appreciate the reminder of the need for civility. What I am wondering is why, when those speaking at the podium were being yelled at by the audience, you said nothing, didn't address it at all. This brings me back to the silence from the council when hate speech was spoken from the podium, and the silence about it that continued into the last council meeting and again so far this meeting. I will tell you, I am not letting that go. I can't. And not just because the hate speech was directed towards Jewish people, which I am one of, but because when hate speech is left unchecked, it spreads. And that is exactly what we saw happen at the last meeting. We went from one person using hate speech to a fever pitch of tension between neighbors as a result of it. And that is because you have let it go unaddressed. And we can't do that, not in Montclair, and certainly not in the town council chambers of Montclair. When hate is left unchecked, it affects us, all of us, not just those who the hate is directed at. Our lives are intertwined, our success bound up in each other's success. We cannot let our community be divided by hate. Mayor, in your closing remarks 2 weeks ago, you said hurting people hurt other people. While that may sometimes be true, that is not how I live my life. I believe and teach my children that hurt people stand up for other hurting people, and I believe that is what Montclair is about, and it is the only viable path forward. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. Good evening. Nice to meet you all and my fellow constituents. Just coming here to express a minor concern, and it has to do with the intersection at Central Verde Lane.
May I have your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Matt Jorgensen, and I live over at 7 Bell Street. I'm a Montclair resident for a couple years. Love it here. I lived at Valley and Bloom for most of my time here, and I recently moved to Bell Street. It's the corner of Central Verde Lane and Orange Road, or Orange Street. I think it's Orange Road. I just wanted to bring that up with City Council because it creates really bad blind spots coming out of that one-way lane. It's the exit for that parking garage, but also I guess you can just drive through there from Valley. Mm-hmm. Coming out from that exit, there's, the left side is completely blind if cars are parked there, and same with the right, but I think the left side is a lot more dangerous. And I especially wanted to bring this up because it's close to 2 schools. It's in proximity of, I think it's like an elementary school and the middle school, or whichever those 2 are across from each other on Orange. But so anyway, I just wanted to mention that, and I'm not sure if there's any plan in place or maybe creating like a yellow space there so that cars can't park there, or at least within like a 2-car distance to create visibility. So I hate to be the person that takes away free parking, but it is, just something to bring up. So,
Someone will get back to you after the meeting. So
Okay.
Your council person.
okay, great.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
Next,
you very
please.
much. Thank you.
Good evening, council people. My name is Bill Barron. I know some of you personally. I'd like to address a couple of things tonight. One is I'd like to commend Mr. LaPola for the decision to purchase electric vehicles. It's very important. I know you're starting small with 2, but I hope we rapidly expand to include the entire fleet, the vehicle fleet in Montclair. The second issue I'd like to address, which I won't go into in detail because there'll be people with more expertise than I have regarding the moratorium on artificial turf. I think it's a very important issue. Interesting that the first person talked about the ecosystem of artificial turf, but really what we're talking about is the ecosystem of our natural environment here in Montclair and the impact that artificial turf has on that environment with the PFAS runoff and the heat island that it creates and everything else. And we just have to look at our new celebrity resident in Montclair, Aaron Rodgers, who knows the dangers of playing football on artificial turf. So being out for a year because he broke his leg and blamed it on the turf at Giant Stadium. But what I'd like to bring to your attention is a new issue, which is New Jersey Transit's failure to restore bus service in Montclair. New Jersey Transit issued a press release on August 8th when Coach USA abandoned service in Bergen, Passaic, and Hudson counties. And, Kevin Corbett, the president of New Jersey Transit, put out a press release saying, "We are once again stepping up after yet another private carrier abandoned service with little notice. We are ensuring that thousands of customers who depend upon these routes for their mobility retain these vital bus services." Not only are they operating service, but they're minimizing the impact to existing bus routes. And it's important to notice that all of these customers in Bergen, Passaic, and Hudson County will see no difference in their schedules, fares, routes, bus stops, or the look of buses. Montclair has been, totally ignored in this process. The service that they negotiated, I understand it was the first one that they had to deal with, but they need to come back and really restore all of the service that the camp had. And what I wanted to ask of the council is that you don't have a transportation committee. Please restore the transportation committee and form a working group with the other affected
Thank you very much for
communities.
coming. I appreciate that. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. It's on. Mayor, Council, Town Manager, and everybody up here. I just want to thank everybody that afforded us the opportunity to have our first annual block party for Fire Prevention Kickoff Week. This week, we're visiting all the schools in the local junior highs, elementary schools, as well as the pre-K. I look around the room, pretty much almost everybody in the room here on the dais, as well as technology, Tony Fan, visited or came by or had some sort of collective participation in this event. We had TV 34 there. We used the internet through the township to put out our posters, our flyers. Council people attended. Councilor Toller, Williams, and Anderson were able to come by on Saturday. We were able to teach a lot of kids a lot of things about fire safety and what we do on a day-to-day basis. The foundation, which is what I'm representative of, the Montclair Firefighter Foundation, as well as the local president of the Local 20 Union, we all got ourselves together. We partnered up with St. Barnabas. We partnered up with the tow companies that we have to get a vehicle demonstration.
We had local vendors supply pumpkins for the kids. We gave out over 150 free pumpkins to the local kids in a pumpkin patch. So it was quite the event. So we look forward to next year already. We worked with Parks and Rec, DPW. Again, the list goes on and on. A special thank you to DJ Jeremy, who we all do know. He came by for pro bono and emceed the whole event for us. So complete success, collectively done through the whole township and the partnerships that we all work day in, day in here. So I just want to thank you all.
Thank
Okay.
you.
And as well as that, also with all the weather going on in the southern portion of the country, the fire department will be starting a relief fund drive and a collective location at fire headquarters for goods and things that we will be transporting via truck through the state FMBA, and we will be local collection points. So please look forward to that via social media that we will be putting out this week.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Next, please.
I'm Kevin Ali. I'm the twin brother of Keith Ali. I want to convey to you a nexus of our experience with the Jewish community, with individuals that are Jews, and with Islam. And I'm not as eloquent as Keith, but we worked in boxing. We promoted over 70 world championship fights, Showtime, HBO, and network television. I was in the PR department. So I was sent to carry Murray Goodman's briefcase. You know Murray Goodman? Press agent for the Yankees. His son Bobby ran Madison Square Garden. Murray, I would pick him up 9 o'clock in the morning, and he'd take us to Bill Gallo's house where Jerry Eisenberg might show up. If we were in Vegas and there's a fight going on, they send me down to the parlor to sit with the writers because I wanted to be a writer. So I'm sitting all day with these fascinating storytellers. How that nexus is with us is here in Montclair. My mother grew up on Elmwood Avenue. Most of the blacks lived in Elmwood Avenue, Bay Street, the Hollow, or Charles Street. All the streets there, Jews owned. And they were the only ones with rent to black families. Our legacy and our value comes out of the Old Testament. You look at the morality of our mothers and our grandmothers and our grandfathers, and you look at the birth of the Civil Rights Movement. Part of that started right where that masjid is, down there on Bloomfield Avenue, where you remember, Renee, we used to go there and work for Operation Push and Operation Breadbasket. And we learned how to do canvassing, and we learned how to show up and march and struggle for freedom, justice, and equality. So I don't want you to forget who we are. We are the brothers who participated in the Committee for Unified Newark, that staged the 4 Black Power conferences, that put Carl Stokes in office in Ohio, Coleman Young in Detroit, Maynard Jackson in Atlanta, and then Ken Gibson in Newark and Mayor Hart in East Orange. I worked for Mayor Hart. I worked for 5 mayors, 2 governors, and 3 county executives. I've sat on transition teams and committees at the United Nations. Before I finished college, this comes from the experience of magnificent men of honor exchanging guidance and direction through their stature and their demeanor. And we are no less short of that in the Muslim community. And many of the Muslims that you see, of my peers, we began to gravitate towards Islam around the end of the 60s. Some call it the Black Power movement, but we call it the culture nationalist movement. Part of that culture was the kente cloth that you see Renee wear. She wears it more often than anybody I know. Do you know the first Kwanzaa was participated by 10, and 7 of them brothers was from Montclair in California at Maulana Karanga's house?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor Baskerville, council members,
Good evening.
township officials. My name is Jeffrey Robert Grayson, and I represent something that is becoming increasingly rare in Montclair. Someone who was born, raised, and still lives here. What used to be a small, congenial community where families, both black and white, shared an interrelationship that stretched from one end of town to the other. Now, because of gentrification, Montclair has morphed into a mini borough.
In the Fourth Ward, you don't even have a relationship with the people on your block, let alone the people on the other side of town. With this disconnect, problems arise. This disconnect makes the problems harder to solve. The political rhetoric or division that is a constant theme of certain individuals has infected towns like Montclair across America like some kind of flesh-eating virus. People feel neglected. People feel unseen. People feel unheard. I'm sure the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio, wishes they had the same access to media as the person who is spreading lies about them eating cats and dogs. I'm sure the Mexican community that is doing your landscaping, renovating empty houses, working in the kitchen in your favorite restaurant, wishes they had the same access to media as the person who is calling them rapists, murderers, and drug dealers who are here to take black jobs. I'm sure the people in Sudan wish they had the means to show the world just how badly they're suffering. Unless we are able to witness adversity and suffering with our own eyes, then our perception of both is dictated by what we see in the media. Let me state for the record here tonight that I don't speak in any coded language, I don't speak using dog whistles, and I don't speak using tropes. You don't need to resort to any of these tactics when you speak the truth. We all know that words can be taken out of context. We also know that words can be placed into a predetermined context that already contains malice and forethought, thereby allowing those words to feed into a negative framework. Let me make it clear that I am a disciple of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I have stood in solidarity with the Jewish community during a prayer vigil when someone tried to firebomb the synagogue in Bloomfield. I stood in solidarity with the Muslim community when a certain someone tried to enforce an illegal travel ban. I have attended all the ecumenical studies organized by Union Baptist Church, where both Rabbi Temperman and Imam Amin were moderators. I have known Imam Amin since we were teenagers playing football. Is that me?
Thank you for coming.
Okay, I'm not finished.
Good evening, Montclair Council folks and
Good evening.
Mayor Baskerville. My name is Gay Overby Cole, and I am going to defer my 3 minutes to Mr. Grayson.
Thank you, Gay. I have known Imam Amin ever since we were teenagers playing football on the battlefield of Glenfield Park 50 years ago. It's ironic that I would find myself with the Imam on a different type of battlefield 50 years later. Racism, Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism are all present in America. In fact, they are a cornerstone of a certain person running for president. In this era of cancel culture, misunderstandings and misrepresentations can have someone labeled as anti-this or anti-that. Once that label gets attached to you, you wear it like a tattoo. Cancel culture also oftentimes allows the offended party to ignore the blemishes that stain their own hearts. It seems like we are at a defining time in Montclair. If conflict resolution is the goal here and not some other agenda, we have an opportunity to be agents of reconciliation in an atmosphere supercharged with division. We have the opportunity to access the highest values of our faith to chart a course that negates the sinful nature of man. That nature would rather seek revenge than to offer forgiveness. We have the opportunity to rise above the mentality that says, an eye for an eye. You hit me once, I hit you 10 times. You hurt my feelings, I break your soul. We only need to turn on the evening news to see how well that strategy is working out. Maybe you needed to be born and raised in Montclair to appreciate the opportunity we have here and to believe that it is possible. The Montclair that I grew up in till about 20 years ago was a much more harmonious place to live. Present-day Montclair is always promoting its diversity, while at the same time its housing practices are having a devastating effect on the very people who were equal partners in that equation that gave Montclair that reputation in the first place. The new gentrified Montclair is good at having street fairs and festivals. They're good at opening new restaurants. They're good at taxing black people out of their homes. They're good at building townhouses, condominiums, and office towers. What Montclair really needs are more of those old school Mountie soldiers who were good at building bridges. The current situation that exists in Montclair between these two divergent religious communities requires open communication between both sides.
Good evening. Latifah Jana, 19 Wheeler Street. I would like to cede my time to Mr. Grayson.
The current situation that exists in Montclair between these two divergent religious communities requires open communication between both sides. What's not required is behind-the-scenes manipulation to ensure that things are seen a certain way. The public narrative is one-sided. There are petitions going around to enhance that narrative. There are threatening emails demanding that the imam be kicked to the curb or else. All of this actually lends itself to the perception of what got us here in the first place. All of this negativity provides Montclair with a golden opportunity to do a new thing. Out of this emotional rubble, a bridge can be built. The construction of that bridge requires both sides to lift their ends and meet in the middle. The construction of that bridge requires both sides willing to put aside grievances with the minimum goal of understanding and respecting each other's positions, and a maximum goal of forming a coalition. This coalition will show that Montclair is capable of rising above the ways of the world, and we are not beholden to the nature of man. I know this may be a little too ambitious for some, and the last things they may want to hear. Well, if that sounds like you, then maybe you need to step to the curb and get out the way so that we can give peace a chance. We can begin this process by simply coming to the knowledge of the truth, and that truth is this. The words spoken by Imam Amin at the previous council meeting were never intended to slander, demean, or disrespect Montclair's Jewish community. And that's the truth. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Imam Kevin Amin, 50-year resident of Montclair. I'm also the Imam for Masjid Wadud. I just want to go over a couple of principles which define what regulates my behavior, and that since God Almighty holds me to it, you can hold me to it also. The first principle that is from the Quran, he addressed us, he addressed mankind by saying that we come from a male and a female. And you were made into nations and tribes that you may know one another. Verily, the most honorable of you is the one who has the most God consciousness. And God is all-knowing and all-aware. Our prophet, who is the final prophet, which began with Adam, continue with Noah, continue with Abraham, continue with Jesus, continue with Moses, and continue with Muhammad as the seal. And the final, he said that the community of Muslims is like a body. If one part hurts, the whole body hurts. And we all know if you prick your finger, everything's hurting. If you hit your head, everything hurts. Also, he said that he commanded this community, if you see an evil, change it with your hands. If you can't change it with your hand, then hate it in your heart. Finally, The Quran says that if you want to be the best nation or you want to be the best religious community, command the good, forbid the evil, and believe in God Almighty. So these are the principles I've been employing since I came to this council on, I believe it was September 10th, same principles. These are the same principles I've been employing as a member of of MICA, the clergy. I'm a 2-decade member. There's only 2 or 3 people who have more seniority than I do. So I have quite a track record with the people in that particular group who come from all, and I'm the only Muslim. There's Catholic, there's Episcopalian, there's all kind of Christian denominations. There are three temples, and if something happens, all of a sudden we have like 5 because they come from Verona and other places, and that's okay. So these are the principles that I employ, and these are the ones I have to do. So if I see something wrong, I'm going to say it. I don't care about anybody's feelings because I'm being held to this by God Almighty. So I just want you to be aware of that. I'm going to stop on my time. Thank you very much. And you'll probably be hearing from me later for some other things. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Suzanne Atman, Chair of the Montclair Environmental Commission. It's great to see you all up there. So thank you for considering this policy to establish a moratorium on artificial turf. The Montclair Environmental Commission recommended this and forwarded it to the council. The MEC, in fact, took a position on artificial turf back in 2017 when we advocated to the BOE to consider installing artificial turf made from less toxic materials. At that time, we were only addressing the crumb rubber infill, as that was causing concern given the presence of heavy metals and carcinogens. Since that time, however, there is growing concern about this product as it is becoming broadly recognized that the plastic grass and matting can be a serious issue. Our state is desperately trying to figure out how to regulate microplastics and PFAS, and from a climate change perspective, doing what we can to protect communities from increasing heat and stormwater runoff is critical. Both of these issues can be exacerbated by artificial turf, not to mention the role of fossil fuels in the manufacturing of the turf. I think the stakes are even higher in Montclair as the fields and outdoor properties here are providing an eco-service currently. For a very long time, Montclair has maintained land without the use of toxic synthetic pesticides and fertilizers which kill the soil and its microbiology. Thanks to our great DPW for doing such a great job in refraining from using these chemicals, we can assume our fields are healthy and biodiverse. So the idea of covering these biodiverse lands with plastic carpets would be counterintuitive and even more damaging. Separately and related, as you know, we recommend fully codifying the town's practice of refraining from the use of toxic pesticides and insecticides on township-owned properties, and thank the Human Services Committee for reviewing the draft ordinance for council consideration at some point. Given the concerns and following the precautionary principle, a moratorium on the installation of artificial turf at this point is sound policy and aligns with the environmental urgency of the times. The idea of the moratorium is to recognize that concerns about this product is growing, and in several years, scientists are likely to have even more concrete information on the negative impacts. At that time, the township can decide the direction on this topic. We hope you can pass the moratorium so we avoid any possibility of making an environmental and costly mistake that we regret down the line. And at the same time, use this as an opportunity to bring people together and answer the question, how can we preserve our lands in an environmentally beneficial way and in a way that ensures those using these lands, whether for sports or picnicking, are thriving? From this question, creative and sound ideas can arise. Thank you for your consideration and your wonderful work for our township. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Brewery Thorpe at 21 Macapin, and I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to urge you to pass the Complete and Green Streets Plan. Just yesterday, as I was driving through Bellevue and Park with my daughter, going to practice, someone ran the red light and almost hit us. So this is one of many near misses that I want to again bring to your attention to show you the need. Another point to show you the need is that last week, 1 in 13 children rode their bikes to school with the Montclair bike bus. That's a huge number, 1 in 13. There's a demand for better infrastructure and traffic calming measures. What you're doing already that doesn't involve complete and green streets plan, I applaud you. That's awesome. Let's keep that going. But then also let's get this plan in place so that we can have kind of a direction forward. Secondly, I'm here in support of the resolution for a moratorium on the installation of artificial turf. I played sports here growing up in Montclair. I then went on to play D1 lacrosse at a collegiate level. I now have kids that play soccer, lacrosse, and softball on Montclair teams, and I've coached many levels in this town from kinder kickers to varsity high school lacrosse. I love sports. Anyone who knows me knows how much I love sports. I also love clean air, clean water, and I believe in protecting our own health and our environmental health. These loves are not mutually exclusive, and I'm so disappointed that some in our community are portraying this as an athletes and sports clubs versus environmentalists narrative. I'm also concerned that misinformation is being spread. This isn't productive. What is productive is sitting down and understanding the well-established and emerging science about PFAS and other contaminants in artificial turf, how it affects our bodies and our environment. We should be listening to public health experts, such as statements from Mount Sinai Children's Environmental Health Center. We should be looking at injury studies, which show that lower extremity injuries on turf are actually more common and higher incidences of heat-related injuries. We should be researching what other towns and states are doing and why, especially those that are successfully maintaining beautiful grass fields right here in New Jersey. We should be following science. This moratorium will give everyone the pause that's needed to allow for more information to be discussed, for more education about the issues to be understood, and for all of us to better understand the science, which is fact. Every day at Watchung School, I'm a teacher, I watch my school children roll around on that turf. I pick little green grass hairs out of their hair, and I feel the heat emanating from the turf. Because of their developing systems, children are especially vulnerable to toxic chemical exposures. It's clear to me from the language in the resolution that you are aware of the science, and I applaud you for taking the time to dig deep into that issue. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Keith Haskell. I'm the world's #1 leading spotted lanternfly squisher. Today I'm here to talk to you guys about the moratorium on synthetic turf, which I hope that we pass. As we know, synthetic turf is made with forever chemicals or PFAS. And according to the EPA, there are a lot of dangers in being exposed to PFAS. We got decreased fertility, increased risk of cancer, higher rates of obesity and cholesterol, developmental effects and delays in children, including low birth rate, accelerated puberty, bone variations, and behavioral changes. Aside from the chemicals, it's also more than 50 degrees hotter than grass. I've tested it myself. Anything over 120 degrees, you get surface burns. So this is not a safe thing for kids to be playing in, for anyone to be playing in. It's literally just a big sheet of plastic that's going to get absorbed, inhaled, ingested, chipped away, spread all throughout town, and it's never going to break down, turn to dirt. So the moratorium, to me, it should be a no-brainer. What is more important than the dangers I just listed? Playing, sports on a rainy day? Nothing. There's nothing more important than our welfare, than our livelihood. And it's also not this or that. Instead of discussing whether or not we should implement more plastic turf, why don't we talk about natural grass and building fields that we could play on and maintaining natural fields? We're being gaslit by the oil companies. We just should talk about how to maintain healthy green fields. I was raised that we should leave this world in a better place than we came here in. Plastic turf is the opposite of that. We're doing something that thank you. We're doing something that feels good for some people right now, which clearly is debatable if it is good for anyone. And then it's just a problem 8 years from now and poisons everyone along the way. So that's it. It's a nightmare. I please hope that you guys pass the moratorium. Let's figure it out and figure out how to make these natural fields instead of artificial turf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Sergio Krahajic. I'm a resident of Montclair. I used to be a soccer coach in New York City. And I'm here to read a statement from a parent of a soccer player who was too scared to speak tonight. Okay, so here's the letter. I am the parent of a current Montclair United player, and I have to speak up anonymously because of the likelihood of retaliation and ostracization. Sorry, I have a problem with that word. I believe it would negatively impact my child's experience on their soccer team. This is a pretty sad state of affair the soccer community has created. In addition to being a sports parent, I also work in the medical field. Artificial turf contains known carcinogens, endocrine disruptors, which are chemicals that cause anything ranging from delayed puberty to testicular and gynecological cancers, and it contains neurotoxins. I don't want my child playing on turf. Turf leads to more injuries in the short term and more major health problems in the long term. My child even says they're worried about injuries on turf. My child comes home with microplastics from the turf and infill in his clothing and socks, and it worries me, especially the more we know and the more this is being researched and written about. How can Montclair United just ignore it? And the rising temperatures, which we can see harming us right now with yet another megastorm on the way. Why are we okay with fields that heat up to dangerous levels that will also be too hot to play on? Open your eyes to who is in the room tonight and know that many of us are at home because we have to hide how we really feel about this to protect our kids who love sports, as much as the kids whose parents are here who think it's okay to keep demanding artificial turf fields that are being found to be unsafe. The moratorium is about protecting our kids, all of our kids. Please remember, it's not about taking something away. It's about making something safer. That's the end of the letter. Thank you very much. I also want to add, because we saw that presentation earlier about the stormwater management and impervious surfaces and how some people have noticed now other areas are getting flooded where they never used to. Why are we laying down more plastic surfaces that are impervious, that are going to just send water into other different directions? Something to keep in mind. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm Arielle Eckstedt. Very nice to see you all up here. I'm also here to support the moratorium on artificial turf. Like lead paint and asbestos, we've all seen numerous materials go from top choice to toxic as research becomes available. Now that the science is rolling in on PFAS and artificial turf, I think we owe it to our children and our community to take a pause before installing an expensive material that may not just be dangerous, but may also end up being mandated for removal, another very expensive process. Just this year, the EPA passed first ever national limits in PFAS in water. Further leaching of PFAS into our water system via artificial turf would have dangerous and expensive consequences. I emphasize expensive here because artificial turf has often been talked about as a more affordable alternative. But with the information we now have, I believe the moratorium, not artificial turf, is what is fiscally responsible. Water contamination is just one potential expense. When we chopped down the trees across from the Watchung School and put in an artificial turf field, we created a heat island. We then had to install expensive shade structures where the trees had once stood so that children and parents could play and sit in the park. The whole thing defies any common sense. Speaking of common sense, I was walking at Glenfield Park this week with my mom, and as we were passing the playground, my mom told me that she had seen the grounds crew mowing the artificial turf. And sounds crazy, yeah. Well, when I looked at the playground floor, grass was growing out of all the places where the turf was disintegrating. Not only do we have children playing on disintegrating turf made of forever chemicals, but we are now paying to have it mowed. And then there is the possibility of much bigger expenses. Think of the babies and toddlers playing on the artificial turf who put anything into their mouths, or the kids who on a 95-degree day get burns on their feet due to the much higher temperatures of artificial turf than grass, or the kids who play every day on an artificial turf field who are later diagnosed with cancer. These are all major lawsuits in the making, potentially even class action suits. The town has been made fully aware of the potential hazards, leaving little defense. As a resident wanting a safe town, a healthy town, and a fiscally responsible town, please take the small step of a moratorium. This allows both further research and a chance to revisit the subject again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Sorry, I digress. Joan Pransky, 11 Stevens Street. At the last meeting or two, you signed off on a resolution naming BDP Holding as the redeveloper on Lackawanna. The resolution recited substantial experience in mixed-use development, and the town manager apparently confirmed the experience. In virtually every meeting, public meeting that I remember on Lackawanna, person after person got up and talked about Plasek not having experience. And some of you conferred with him and know that he didn't have any experience. Although Plasek worked for Shopoff, which was a real estate developer, his work was in acquisition, financing, valuation. His hire was because he worked at DRA Advisors, a real estate investment advisor, and before that, Ernst & Young. Nothing suggests that he had experience as a developer. In 2018, he sought to develop 300 apartments, 80 townhouses, 10,000 square feet restaurant community space, and 54,000 square feet of retail space in Bernards Township. Judge Miller said, Mr. Plasek has no experience as an individual developing such an immense project and cannot legally demand the township enter into any redevelopment agreement with him. Do any of you know a single development that was undertaken by Mr. Plasek? And if you do, share it with us. And if you don't know about his substantial experience, then share with us what made you sign off on that resolution. You then next moved to a discussion about redevelopment agreement, which was next in line. And understandably, you were not particularly informed, and your attorney was not ready. And one of you actually turned to the attorney for the developer to get their legal advice. What would make you do that? You are now going to be asked to deal with a pilot. I beg you, before you do that, please make sure you do your homework. Make sure the tax assessor tells you and us what the taxes would be on that property if there was no pilot, and what the pilot would look like if it's 10%, as Mr. Lapola had once recommended, or 15%, and what the difference is, so that we know whether or not you are best serving us. Finally, a moment, I want to thank the gentleman who came and spoke and reminded us of some history. And what that made me think of is that I wanted to say to you all, your most important task is not about being cordial, it's about being substantive. And tonight you were reminded how important that is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. Anna Grossman, Montclair resident. Montclair has over 23 acres of artificial turf fields. That's 23 acres of PFAS and microplastics. Like lead, there's no safe level of PFAS. That's why EPA regulates it at parts per trillion. And microplastics, well, we're literally breathing them in the air. Maine, New York, Vermont, Minnesota, Colorado, Rhode Island, and Pennsylvania have all banned artificial turf with PFAS in it. Other municipalities have passed moratoriums and bans. The EU has banned synthetic infill and turf due to the microplastics epidemic, and they are moving on sweeping regulations against PFAS. Here in Montclair, we were promised PFAS-free turf by the BOE. However, they installed acres of artificial turf that has PFAS in it. Recently, major manufacturers of turf have admitted there are indeed PFAS in their products, and that they need more time to fix that problem they've spent years denying. At a recent town council meeting in Rhode Island, a field turf rep said the company can't guarantee PFAS won't wash off its product. after denying it for years. The Rhode Island Department of Health and Environmental Management collected water samplings before and after installation of artificial turf fields and concluded recently that artificial turf fields may be partly or wholly contributing to the contamination of nearby private and public drinking water supply wells. This was reported in the news. You know what Mount Sinai says. They're unequivocal. They recommend against installing artificial turf fields, and that's the country's most eminent institute for children's pediatric health. The town is a party to a lawsuit in which you seek funds from polluters of PFAS to remediate our wells contaminated by these forever chemicals, a costly endeavor, and yet you accept that we house 23 acres of this and are okay with more coming in? In your inboxes, you have an email from an award-winning grass management expert, an NJDOE employee no less. You have a healthy and safe alternative at your fingertips when and if you need it. We've come to you because we need you to protect this community. We have come to you with a very basic environmental justice ask. Most of these fields are in overburdened neighborhoods. Most of these fields exacerbate heat islands and flooding. It's not complicated. Protect us. Pass a moratorium so that we can be assured that at a minimum, no new artificial turf with PFAS will enter our environment and expose our families. Much like our firefighters are moving away from turnout gear that has PFAS, so too should we move away from fields with PFAS in them. A moratorium affords us as a community a 3-year period in which to research solutions and to work together for something that a few use, but that no one should be harmed by. We all want healthy and safe fields. Artificial turf fields with PFAS are not healthy nor safe. A moratorium also supports something that I know many parents of athletes support. It tells the industry, if you want to do business with Montclair, then stop using toxic chemicals on products our children use. Pass the moratorium, keep us safe. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilor Toller. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Paula Rogovin. I'm a Teaneck resident. My 3 sons played soccer and baseball on grass fields, my adult sons, in Teaneck. I urge you to support the ordinance calling for a moratorium on the use of artificial turf in Montclair. I taught kindergarten and first grades for 44 years in New York City before I retired. I'm the co-chair of Food and Water Watch, North Jersey volunteer team. I am also one of the defendants who were arrested while we demonstrated at Formosa Plastics headquarters in Livingston, New Jersey on August 2nd. One of our goals in blocking the entrance to Formosa Plastics was to call attention to this horrendous company which produces plastic in what is called Cancer Alley in Louisiana and Point Comfort in Texas, causing great harm to the workers, the residents, and the environment. Formosa Plastics lost a $50 million lawsuit by my co-defendant, Diane Wilson, because of its harmful practices, but it continues to pollute and has paid $22 million in fines since 2016, which Formosa Plastics considers just the cost of doing business. But there is a human cost. Formosa 4 we want to expose those human costs of making, using, and disposing of plastics, even here in Montclair. A main ingredient, one of the ingredients of plastics is vinyl chloride. Vinyl chloride was in the tank cars that derailed in East Palestine, Ohio. A byproduct of that was that fire was dioxin, which the same dioxin that's in the herbicide Agent Orange, which harms so many Vietnamese people and so many U.S. soldiers and Marines, including my partner, Jan Berry, a former Montclair resident who's here, who's just now dealing with health impacts from Agent Orange from being in Vietnam in 1962-63. Whether Montclair continues to use artificial turf is a matter of whether you plan to hear and listen to the scientists. Here are some of what the scientists we hope will be allowed to say if they are allowed to be expert witnesses in our Formosa 4 case. The evidence of multiple neurological deficits associated with exposure to chemicals and plastics have increased dramatically over 30 years. One is autism. And there's a dramatic rise in the autism among boys. The link to autism, between autism and plastic chemicals, was strengthened dramatically by a paper published in July 24 that the presence of plastic
you very
chemicals
much
in
for
mothers
coming.
during
Next,
pregnancy
please.
is
Thank you.
associated
Next,
with
please.
the increase in
Thank you very
autism.
much. Next, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm really happy you're our new mayor, by the way. My name is Lynn Hendy. I live in Ward 2. I'm a film producer, and I've been entrusted with the film rights to the estate of Rachel Carson. Rachel Carson wrote a groundbreaking environmental wake-up call of a book in 1962 called Silent Spring. The title refers to a possible future when our spring season is silent because all the songbirds have been poisoned by toxic chemicals. One of the effects of her best-selling scientific book was the establishment of the Environmental Protection Agency. She was also one of the first people to broadly communicate the concept of interconnectedness between human behavior and the health of our planet. She fought for all of us till her dying day. I'm sure Ms. Carson would be pleased with much of the progress we've made since the 50s and 60s. However, I can promise you that she'd be shocked and dismayed that a progressive community like Montclair might be considering installing children's athletic fields that contain known toxic chemicals. You've all received many in-depth materials from Sustainable Montclair, among others, about the hazards to children and our environment caused by artificial turf. You know that multiple states have passed bans on artificial turf with PFAS in it, which is the documented case with ours. Many thousands of pounds of microplastics are released by artificial turf into the environment. Toronto found that the #1 source of microplastics in their city is from artificial turf. And the statistic I find most disturbing is from the study which found that in our oceans, 20% of the microplastics come from artificial turf. Tonight I make a plea to you on behalf of Rachel Carson's legacy and the holistic health of our community that you read the science and support a moratorium on artificial turf. And thank you, Councillor Toller, and any others of you who are already up to speed on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Cynthia O'Keefe. I'm a resident of Ridgewood, New Jersey. I'm here tonight to urge you to move in the direction of approving the moratorium on artificial turf, or to ban it altogether. The reason I came here from Ridgewood, there are so many parallels between your community and our community. And it's a daily fight for us to be part of a community and be what Ridgewood calls an obstructionist. We're not obstructionists. We love sports. We're not anti-sports at all. So what I'd like you to consider, you've already heard all of the facts and figures about forever chemicals, and you can do your own due diligence, which I implore you to do. Nobody's cheating children out of an opportunity to play and the valuable and beautiful benefits of open space. What we're saying is moving in the direction of synthetic, artificial plastic field when New Jersey is one of the hottest states in the nation. And you can check that. It's on the NJDEP website. There's research that's coming out every single day. Nobody's obstructing a child from playing. What we're saying is we care so much about the health of these children that we don't want them to play on a PFAS-laden artificial turf field that is bad for your groundwater, that is bad for your stormwater. And the very first gentleman who came up, I don't know him, I'm not from your town, spoke about an ecosystem. There's no ecosystem when you're talking about artificial turf. None whatsoever. So what I'd like to ask you to do as such a progressive community is to dig deep into your own moral compass as each of you sit up here to safeguard your residents. The most vulnerable are the children of your community. The most vulnerable. Their systems are developing and they're playing on hot plastic grass. It's just unacceptable. One last point I want to make is UN Secretary Guterres said we are in a climate crisis. What are actionable steps to move away from that? I think each municipality has to dig deep and really think about what steps you can take to move in the direction of being more sustainable. You know, we all get awards from, Sustainable New Jersey. We're so proud we have our green team in Ridgewood. Same exact thing. It's greenwashing if you're accepting an award and you're moving in the direction of artificial turf and a synthetic impervious surface. You talked about flooding. All these things dovetail together. So I implore you to move in the direction of a moratorium or banning it altogether. New Jersey will probably move in that direction as other places have. It's a smart decision. I implore each of you to really think about it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Dan Rivlin. I am a Montclair resident. My daughters are current high school students. We have lived here since they were about a year old. I am also the president of Montclair United Soccer Club. And I am here to say that a moratorium would be bad enough, but a ban on replacement of the current turf would, in my opinion, and I think those of the over 80% of people who voted for the bond referendum that was passed not too long ago would agree. Sports are essential for thousands of kids. This will impact sports from kids 3 and 4-year-olds through the high school. A small minority of the town wants no turf. Demand for fields is high and growing. 80% of the town passed the bond referendum. A small minority stopped the renovations that were going on. That stopping of the renovations negated the entire track season for having a home track meet. There is trickle-down effect to people trying to prevent turf from being here. This resolution completely disregards the kids of this town and their needs. Montclair United alone has over 1,700 kids that we can barely get onto fields because there aren't enough out there. And if there are rain and for the amount of use that the fields get, even a little bit ends up canceling games. This resolution will impact and limit sports for our kids, and it will impact every sport. The high school has 6 soccer teams, 3 girls, 3 boys. It has 2 or 3 football teams. Then there's lacrosse, baseball, softball, and field hockey. Every one of these sports will be impacted and limited by this resolution. This council should be focused on getting more kids out and playing. Our town's ability to get kids out would be limited by a restriction or limitation of turf fields. This resolution would do exactly the opposite of what we need to be doing, which is getting kids out and playing. I implore you not to do that to the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Amanda McCabe. I'm a resident of Glen Ridge, but I'm also work for an organization called Grassroots Environmental Education. We're a public and environmental health nonprofit, and we're working with Mount Sinai on their Healthy Playing Surfaces project. I would say it is wonderful that there's so much enthusiasm for getting kids to play sports. My daughter plays softball. I'm a big fan of kids' sports, but public health and their health and the quality of the surfaces that they're playing on and the chemicals that they're being exposed to, I think is paramount. So I spend my days reading about issues that are impacting municipalities. Plastic waste and PFAS are at the top, and synthetic turf is the perfect storm of these two things. I was cautious about synthetic turf before I started this work, and now I'm adamantly against it. We know its harms. We know that there are towns that are successfully maintaining natural grass fields in the Northeast. It can be done, and I have resources I would be happy to share with you. And there are also towns in the South, I should say, that are replacing their artificial turf because of increasing temperatures, that it's not sustainable for them to be playing on those fields. I applaud Montclair for considering a moratorium on turf. We know it's harmful in all sorts of ways. You can find a 17-page index of studies on the harmful components of synthetic turf on our organization website, which is grassrootsinfo.org. That's an index, not an index of studies is about 166, I believe. It's prudent of Montclair to put any further turf installations on hold while we gather more information and follow the science. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Brett Winston. As Mr. Grayson earlier this evening mentioned, I guess I too am a rare breed. I grew up in Montclair, and I still live in Montclair. I'm here tonight representing the Montclair Baseball Softball Club, one of many youth organizations in town. Each year we have not as many as Montclair United, but hundreds of families participate in our program using both grass and turf fields in town and within the county. To piggyback on Mr. Rivlin's comments from earlier, I feel there's no need for a moratorium on turf. There are no new turf projects on the horizon. Any turf projects that are potentially going to be considered should be viewed on a case-by-case basis. The arguments, issues, trade-offs should differ with each field in each situation. These should be addressed individually rather by a blanket ban on turf. Although the anti-turf constituents frequently claim science, most evidence found on the internet is selective and speculative. The issue is progressive to any vote. Sorry, if this issue progresses to any vote, the council should conduct its own research and fully consider any trade-offs that are involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Michelle Camerata, Recreation Director. First of all, I just wanted to say I've just arrived back last night from Florida, so I wanted to express my thoughts and prayers for what is happening down there and what those people in the path of the storm, those who have gone through Helene, who are still suffering. So I know all of what we're thinking of right now is first and foremost here, but what's happening down there is going to be devastating, so my hearts are with them. I just wanted to clear up some things because I know you're going to do the discussion on the moratorium for the field turf. So just to let you know that the township only has, I want to say, 1.5 turf fields. The one being at George Washington Field and the other being at Mountainside Park, which is just the infield of the baseball field. The outer sections of the field is grass, is natural grass. We do not have any plans right now for any turf on our fields. The Board of Education is a separate entity from the Township of Montclair. We do use their fields all the time. We're in hand, so our children are playing on their fields as some of the high school students are playing on ours. We are in a joint workmanship together to get usage. Now, I will tell you this, we do go out and permit for extra fields because we don't have space. So a lot of times our children are headed down to Brookdale, which is turf fields now, Glenfield Park, which is turf field now, and Anderson, which is still grass, thankfully. Just saying that, recreation, we do our best to have everyone involved. We have a whole array of sports going on. We want to keep things going on. Yes, in a perfect world with perfect turf, we would say we would be able to do that, okay? But we do not have any plans right now to have any turf fields installed under the township. Now, I don't know, maybe you can answer this, Paul, if this moratorium would cover the Board of Education fields?
It's, unfortunately, it's unclear. It just says, any, be it resolved that a moratorium would be placed on any new installation or replacement of any facilities or amenities using artificial synthetic turf for 3 years. So I'm not sure if, what the intent of that is
Okay.
by the author of the resolution.
Okay. So as we all know, we have the Woodman Complex, which is completely turf now. We have Watchung Field, which is under Board of Education, which is turf as well. I don't believe there's any other plans for Board of Education. I know they're redoing Hillside School Field. I'm not sure what that's going to be. So just to, I had a lot of questions from a lot of people calling. So we don't, our only turf field is George Washington and half of Mountainside Park.
Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Can I ask-
Councilor Lockman.
Ms. Camerata, can I ask you a question, please? We own Washington Field on Baldwin Street.
Yes.
It's in Glen Ridge, but it's owned by Montclair. We share the field with Glen Ridge. However, I understand that within the next, say, 2 years or so, the artificial turf on Washington Field will need to be replaced. Is that correct?
We had it looked at. We had some small repairs done to it. There was some vandalism, and they were able to put some type of whatever underneath where the turf is on top to build it up. Yes, we've had it groomed, but there is no plan right now. I believe it's probably coming up to its life expectancy.
Yes, that's what I understand. It's
Yeah.
at its end of life, so within the next couple of years, it
It's
likely...
safe right now. We've had it looked at. It's safe to play on, but how long that will be. Now, in the event that there is a moratorium on that field, and then all of a sudden it's not a safe space, so then that turf would have to be ripped up. It's my understanding there's all kinds of gravel and everything underneath, and then a regular grass field would have to, be put in if the moratorium was in place. So,
I also understand that 3 times Glen Ridge has had a referenda denying the use of artificial turf on any fields. And since Montclair owns this field, it doesn't apply. But that town has a referendum on installing artificial turf. Are you?
That was about money, not turf.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Next
welcome.
speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Ahava Felicidad, Montclair native and president and first founder of the group that brought rent control to Montclair with the community. Happy to be here tonight. Because of speaking, there are many who are being empowered and freed of fear. Fear of speaking keeps a lot of people from being heard. There are many residents who are getting the help that they need. I want to thank all who are in the wings writing letters to the editor of various local and regional news outlets in support of and to shine more light on our rent control ordinance. Some residents, however, have been bearing in circumstances that would break a Ford motor car in half barehanded. At the Tenants Organization of Montclair, we advocate not force. Unfortunately, we're not equipped for emergencies as a completely volunteer group, so we do ask for everyone to be patient with us as we do our best in returning calls and emails within about 10 business days, oftentimes sooner, to get you to resources that can help you more immediately. With more help, we can respond faster. We are consistently recruiting interns, mostly at Montclair State University. I would like to do some thank yous now. I would like to thank India, Montclair High School, Temple University, Candace, one of the professors, Amanda, Montclair High School, Kane University, William Patterson University, Amber, Harlem NYC, Temple University, and now University of Maryland, College Park, working on her government and policy PhD program. Trevor, Montclair High School and American University, put in a straight 2 years with us steadily, never giving up, helping from college move to move in Montclair and not in Montclair. Jasmine, Immaculate Conception, and Spelman College. Our next meeting is going to be, our meet and greet will be on October 17th. You can see the ad for that on Facebook at Tomb Advocacy. Last but not least, I would like to congratulate Mr. William Scott for his Thurgood Marshall Award. I missed the event, unfortunately, because I had to work. Today? And happy birthday, Mr. Scott. Everyone have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Greetings.
Happy birthday, William. Kalia Sweat, as I always say, so far born, raised, stayed. I also represent the National Independent Black Parent Association, and I'm the founder of PAC, Parents Protecting All African Children. I'm here tonight consistently, as I've been since August 13th, when I thought that I was bringing a very beautiful gesture to help emphasize that Montclair is about diversity. August 13th, 2024, I brought the Black Liberation flag to this council. Representative, thank you, sis. Representative of myself, my culture, my people, our struggle, and all the beauty. It's a beautiful flag that represents a beautiful people. So I thought I was doing something really nice, and I really appreciated how each and every one of you responded on that day. You were receptive, and it was very equitable. Soon as I finished that night, there were two individuals who publicly presented themselves in opposition to the fact that you received that flag, our flag, the Black Liberation flag. I was really disgusted with that. I have continued to be disgusted about it. And what has happened is it made me think about the quote by Dr. Neely Fuller when he said, until you understand racism and how it works, everything you do understand will only confuse you. So the fact of the matter, the way you responded that evening was very equitable. All of a sudden, when this flag came, we need to talk about the processes and procedures that do not exist. When this flag came, we have to start trying to come up with some type of a barrier that did not exist when any other flag came. And I think you should maintain your integrity and with this particular community as you did that night and not feel intimidated by people in this audience. I'm gonna share another quote with you because Malcolm X said the most neglected, the most disrespected, and the most unprotected person in this country is the Black woman. This space here has shown that since August. From where you're sitting, you saw it before I did, where two persons who are here now attempted to intimidate me and come sit behind me while starting to talk about me. Okay? This is what has been happening here. So it really shows what Montclair is. And I hate to say that, again, because I'm born, raised, stayed. It's my home. I love it. But we have to do better. The racism and the Black oppression here, it has to stop. And anyone who actually stands for that, please stop Black hate. Anyone here who's in agreement with that, when people like myself come here with these issues, and I mentioned how Black girls were sexually assaulted, I forgot to say that they were also called stupid ends. That we've had superintendents that say they're okay with racism, teachers saying they need slaves, all types of things happening. But when it happens to us, there's nothing but silence. I also never mentioned on this microphone that I attempted to bring that flag 2 times. 2 times.
Thank you. Next, please. Good evening. My name is Eustacia. I will be passing my time to Kalia Sweat.
Thank you, Queen. And that was a few years ago. So I really got excited thinking, finally, these are the individuals who this powerful symbol can come through. So it is a symbol, but this one, I mean, symbols are important. This is a very powerful symbol. It's a powerful symbol. So for it to be trampled upon in order to become a conduit to this, the stuff that's been happening in this room, today is not as intense, though it had more people, but today is not as vicious as it has been. I'd missed somebody's comment last time before I arrived, who kind of mentioned the process of my bringing the flag and you accepting it. I don't really remember all of her words, but she kind of then mentioned the KKK. I also read a petition where there was a phrase, Oppression Olympics. What type of place is this that we start to play around with oppressed persons? Any group that is oppressed or ever has been oppressed, we don't play with the words of oppression. We're not silent. Dr. King said it comes a point where your silence is the betrayal. So you actually did really good by responding to me the way you did in August. You want to know why? Equity also comes with a sense of urgency. There were people in this town who helped get an anti-racism policy into our school district, and they're gone now. So when you have the privilege to have this exchange with people who speak truth to power, you ought not waste that time. Please. There are some of you sitting there that I voted for. Now I stand here and it's kind of like you can't see me. You can't hear me. I don't understand what that's about. So here's the thing. I just simply need to know. And I appreciate you, but the fact of the matter is I simply said going forward every February, Juneteenth, which is June 19th, and every August. What is so difficult to say, yes, we're going to go forward with that? You guys did a good job. Don't let anybody out here have you diminish your principles. Don't let them do that. I'm done. Peace. And my mouth is dry.
Thank you. Next.
Terrible. Praise the Lord, everyone. Before I get started, Marcella Simideris, I want to correct something that I said last time I was here about the Civil Rights Commission, it being under the same leadership. It's my understanding that leadership has changed, so I just want to make that correction. But then I also would like to go into comment about my experiences and the reasons I've been coming here since August 14th, mostly just to support the flag raising that Kalia brought here on August 14th. And I just want to thank her publicly again, just to let her know, I don't know how it's been so many years and it's never been risen in this town, but thank you for bringing that. And it was Kalia. When the flag gets risen in this town, I want everybody to know that was because of Kalia Sweat. Kalia Sweat did that. And then I just want to, like that night, I couldn't even really believe it, because after she spoke, first one woman came up here and she started, complaining about it, and then turning to Kalia and asking Kalia to help her with her agenda. Like, how racist could you even get? How racist? So that night, that was in August. I didn't come to the next meeting. I watched it online, so I saw the things that Kalia described, and I'm really upset that no one here said anything about that. Just actually basically asked Kalia and the person who was bullying her to be quiet. So I want to express that. What else happened that night? Oh, back to the night in August. I also want to mention how the other person came from home, didn't even have nothing to say. Just came out of her bed to come here to oppose what Kalia did, oppose the raising of the RBG, red, black, and green. And Kalia already told you what those colors mean. So I'm not going to get into it tonight. But came out her bed just to get in the way, of black power, just black liberation. So I want to speak on that a little bit, say that. And Kalia mentioned this petition, and we saw a woman tonight come up here. That's the same woman that came out her bed to oppose that flag, talk about people yelling at her. I want to be clear what happened that night. There was a woman, after she spoke, when she was walking back to her seat, she called my friend an animal, referred to my friend as an animal. She told Kalia to stop hissing at her. Because I wasn't even going to speak. I didn't know anything about anything that was going on between the Jewish community and the Muslim community, but I did see what appeared to be that man getting a little bit beat up on, and then what prompted me to get up is when that woman, when she walked to her seat, called my friend a cat. How does that happen here in this space? How does that happen here in this space? And then you got this whole petition where you're misrepresenting what happened, you're libeling, you're defaming people. I'm not even going to get into that because I'm not worried about y'all like that. But check your racist selves, okay? And what flag is that? Is that a town flag?
Next speaker, please.
And you don't have any recycling bins here. I got to take this home to recycle.
Next speaker, please. Let's keep it rolling.
Hi, my name's Gretchen Burr. I am one of the VPs for Montclair Night Soccer Club. I have been volunteering countless hours for probably close to more than 25 years with Montclair Night Soccer Club. And I do believe in science, and I want you guys to consider the science before you consider this moratorium. Currently, it's very important to look at the United States government. They have been studying this combining all the studies for 25 years, and they have found no conclusive evidence that turf fields have any increased harm. That aside, there are currently 7 different organizations, companies, that produce turf fields right now without PFAS in them. So it's possible for you to go in that route. But what is not possible is to take away the option of playing for thousands of children in this community. Thousands. And I'm not here to talk about the ones who go play for college. I'm here to talk about the benefits. Dr. Baskerville is a pediatrician. I'm sure you can turn to her and she will tell you how important organized sports are for children. It cuts down on obesity. It cuts down on depression. It cuts down on child suicide. It improves children's success rates in school. It includes their success rates in their futures. And this organization and these fields allow us to let every child play, not the best children, not the richest children, not the privileged children. You can play for soccer on a team and get a uniform and learn what it means to feel part of a group, get outside and exercise in this community for $25. We take everybody. If they want to play, we make sure they can play. But we can't do that without fields. Last spring, on a 9-week season, it rained 6 consecutive Saturdays. I have never felt like such a jinx in all my life. But if it wasn't for those turf fields, those children would have been sitting home for 6 out of 9 of those weeks. And I think that when you're thinking about this, you also have to remember that we are talking about playing fields, like a tennis court, like a skateboard park, like a pickleball court, like a basketball court. We are not talking about turfing all of our parks that we just enjoy and run around in. We are talking about playing fields. Please reconsider this moratorium. There are
Thank you for
safe
coming.
options.
Next, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kent Ahmed, 16 Maple Avenue. My family has been in Montclair since 1915. I'm here to make 2 quick statements in support of Imam Dawood. I am a member of the masjid here, and also to support Kalia and her group with the black flag. I have known Imam Kevin Dawood for 40 years. I have never known any anti-Semitism from him. We have had Jewish people in our masjid he has invited, and Christian people, so many that one time we could not even get in, the Muslims could not even fit in. He has good rapport with many rabbis. He's always working to unite the communities, and the charges leveled against him were totally false. In addition, I'd like to also support the group that, with the black liberation flag. The person who wrote these false charges against Imam Kevin Dawood is the same person that the other people are talking about who was here at that meeting, who referred to, who got up out her bed, or excuse me, left her home, was so offended, but I don't know why, with the putting up of the black liberation flag. She got up out of her bed and come here to protest it. This group, Ms. Clear and her supporters, have been working in this community to be equitable for the kids to get together and work together. They've had a national equity plan put in place in Montclair that I think only one other place in the country has, and that's Seattle, Washington. And this person, maybe she has another agenda, that she slandered Imam Dawood, which is not true, and you can even, I forgot the rabbi's name, but I've met him several times, he's been there more than once. We have a good rapport. But this lady, I don't know what her agenda is. Got left home and was so offended she came here to protest the waving of the black liberation flag just for Black History Month, Juneteenth, and August. We are trying to give some our black youth some examples to turn this cycle around. Ecuador, and that's all it is. But this person is so hateful or whatever. She couldn't take it. A black liberation flag flying and had to come here and say derogatory things. So maybe there's a pattern here with her and not with our imam, who I know for a fact works. He's been on the Interfaith Council over 20 years. I know he gets along. I've seen it with my own eyes with the Jewish community and the Christian community. They've been to our masjid. So I just wanted to give some facts to counteract this slanderous article that was written about our imam, and to support Ms. Kalia Sweat and her organization.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
Hello, I am Anaya Turner, and I come with a heavy heart this evening because I'm still waiting for the day when Montclair practices true equity. I was raised here and left because of this exact reason. And I finally came back because of Sister Kalia. So before I even go further, I want to break down the difference between equality and equity. Equality means everyone gets the same thing. Equity means the most disadvantaged group is the one that you help first. So I just want to put that out there first. So how about we start with those? Let me take this off. How about we start with those who have suffered the longest and most tremendously in this country? Let me provide some context. Back in August, Sister Kalia brought to your attention a disgraceful reality that up until August of 2024, the Township of Montclair has never flown the Black Liberation flag. It is because of her that the flag was even raised. But in a town that prides itself on diversity and inclusion, it's become clear that this is in fact just an illusion. I want to publicly thank Sister Kalia for speaking for people of African descent and advocating for us to be represented. However, I am disgusted to see that since she fought to have our flag raised in August, she has been faced with hate and utter disrespect. I have heard with my own ears on a live taping at one of your meetings, council members, a public comment about just being disrespectful towards her, and even our flag being comparable to that of a KKK flag. Sister Kalia being harassed by other residents of this township right in front of your face, this was also taped, and nothing was done to provide a sense of safety. And even when the flag was raised, it was almost completely hidden behind a tree and couldn't even be seen unless we were lucky enough to get some wind on it. My question to the council is this: when will you speak out publicly in opposition of those persons and groups of people whose sole purpose during this process has been to disrupt black progress, which in turn contributes to black oppression? Will this be the legacy that you leave in this township? Why are we waiting to create a process for this flag? There was no processes for any other flag, but now we want to come up with a subcommittee for this flag. This is racism at its finest, council members. It just creates barriers. I spoke earlier, council members, about equity, because one thing that has become apparent is that there is none in this township. Let's start there.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Is there a next speaker?
Good evening. My name is Erin Bullen. I live on Champlain Terrace. I'm here tonight to implore you to support and pass a 3-year moratorium on the installation of new synthetic turf, artificial turf, chemical grass. It has so many names, and none of them guarantee safety. Safety for players or safety for neighbors of these plastic fields, as well as neighboring towns and communities who have no say in what Montclair puts into our collective environment, but who will suffer the effects of the products we choose. We know synthetic chemical grass fields contain PFAS. We know PFAS is harmful to humans, soil, air, water. PFAS contains endocrine disrupting chemicals, reducing sperm counts in males, delaying puberty and causing infertility in females, and promotes cancer cell migration in everyone. We know artificial turf blades deposit microplastics into our soil, air, waterways, and bodies. even those of unborn children. We know plastic and rubber fields heat up to dangerous temperatures, putting players, coaches, and supporters who choose to use these fields at risk. This raises the temperature of the surrounding areas. Climate scientists call this the heat island effect, putting everyone else in the area at risk too, despite their choices. Stormwater runs off hot from those fields. That hot water runs into our streams, rivers, oceans, devastating the ecosystem as it flows, depositing microplastics and PFAS along the way. It's important for kids to play sports. We all agree with that. And it cannot be at the expense of the larger community's health and safety. By continuing to allow the installation of this non-recyclable chemical product, we are willfully harming our greater ecosystem, from stormwater no longer being absorbed by the soil of a grass field, a natural grass field, to the human bodies playing on plastic and rubber PFAS carpets, to the temperature and content of the very air we're breathing. As a resident living next to over 5 acres of this material, my family, body, and property have been trespassed upon by those who didn't consider the needs of all before the wants of a few. Recreational goals are not more important than public health. Please do not allow this practice to continue until we can guarantee its safety for all community members. Thank you all for your time and your energy and making this the kind of place that we feel like we're protected by our leaders.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
How y'all doing? My name is Chris. I'm here to talk about the Pan-African flag, the Black Liberation flag. But I want to first start off and say thank you to my sister, Kalia Sweat. She does so much for this town. And she also spoke about silence. Not once, since I've been here, a couple times I've been here, have y'all said anything. Still silent. I'm looking at a bunch of people in front of me, silent. And I'm gonna be honest, I was happy to see some of us up there on the board. Now, not so much. It's a shame that we are doing this to our own people. And for the amount of disrespect, racism in this room, not even in this room, in this town, is ridiculous. But I'm here to say, when I'm in this room, the racism and the disrespect to my black queens and my brothers will stop. Because if y'all not gonna do nothing about it, I sure damn will. I sit in the background and I watch and I listen. And the stuff that I'm seeing is disgusting. And I'm disgusted with some of y'all. Disgusted. And when I read that article, I was even more disgusted because it almost seemed like, Renee, you took all the credit for the flag. And let me ask you a question. Do you know where that flag came from? I bet you're going to be silent about it. That was my flag that I gifted to y'all. And if y'all not going to do nothing with it the right way, give it back.
Power to the people. Justice reigns. I just want to say, the city that I live in, the flag is raised regularly, right? Because the African liberation flag was created by Marcus Garvey, 1920, right? Because what happened prior to that was racism against black people. We had nothing. And I knew my parents, they knew their parents, and their parents knew their parents. So we didn't just drop out the sky. So the Black Liberation flag is important to black Americans here. I always have to hear about everybody else coming to this country. I came here to work hard. I came here to do this. Well, none of my people came here. 1619 Project, they were brought here. They were stolen. So that African flag, that Black Liberation flag represents our freedom here in America that we're still fighting for. The little bit of democracy that America has, it has because of what happened to black people during slavery. That's the only reason you have it. And even Martin Luther King had to make this statement when they were let free, right? When they said slavery was over, at the same time they told the black man to pull himself up by his bootstraps. They were giving free land to migrants that came into the country. Here we are in 2024. The world we know it, as you and I know it, is over. We are here to set a new path. So what path will that be? I will not tell my great-great-grandkids that they're going to be slaves. And I want them to know that they were more than that. In the education system, they're not teaching it. Why? What are they saying to us? What are they saying to me? So at some point in time, we as so-called humans have to rise up, right, to the occasion and do what's right. Because black Americans built this country. It would not be here. We're fighting for reparations. We ain't never stop fighting. So we need you to fight with us if you're going to be in these positions. If you're not, at least be truthful enough to let us know where you're coming from so we can know how to address you. Power to the people.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Mariana Horta. I live in Montclair, Gordonhurst Avenue. I came here today to say thank you. I'm going to try to not use my whole time today. Thank you so much for pulling the defense indemnity ordinance from the agenda today and considering it another time. I hope they'll come back a bit differently and strike a better balance between being fair to taxpayers and still defending your employees, yourselves, and your volunteers from undue legal liability. Just don't shift all of the liability to us. That's what it does right now. And as you go into executive section today, you're going to talk about cases of discrimination and retaliation. So please also consider the moral hazard of having an ordinance that shifts the liability for any case that doesn't lead to a criminal conviction to the taxpayers, because it makes it easier for petty managers, and I don't mean a manager, I mean someone who supervises someone else, not the town manager, to retaliate, to act on their pettiness. And it helps prejudiced people act on their prejudice and discriminate. And it helps misogynist people harass. So I think the township itself will be better protected from liability, not if people are accountable for their actions to a certain degree. So we need to strike a better balance on that and to be faster. I also want to thank you so much for bringing the moratorium resolution today. I'm so happy to see that. I see it as very much a promise that several of you made during the campaign, and I'm so happy to see it come up so fast. For every parent who's really anxious about their kids losing playtime because they're going to play in grass instead of turf, I think there may be a parent like myself who, my daughter did soccer for one summer in preschool, and that from one fall in preschool, and that spring she did not go back because that was the spring of 2023, and by then I had read about turf, and I would not let my daughter play in it. And that's a first world problem, right? People who don't care about carcinogens send their kids to play. People who care do not, and they can go play something else. But that's not the case. This moratorium is about safe water for all of us. I can continue to not allow my daughter to play on turf, but I cannot prevent her from bathing. I cannot prevent her from drinking water. And just this week I read that Verona is spending $5 million to clean their field from PFAS, largely concerned about the fact whether their local field is the source of that PFAS contamination. And running out of time, deeply offended by the gentleman from Montclair United, who says that all of us who voted to improve our educational facilities voted for turf fields. We did not. We care about children's education. We are not polluters. You are, sir.
Thank you for coming. Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Yana Robbins, and I'm a resident of Montclair on Park Street. Tonight, I'm going to give my voice to parents who didn't feel comfortable speaking because they're parents of kids who play sports. I'm a Montclair resident for over 10 years. I'm also a parent of a child who plays both soccer and baseball. I have suffered retaliation for speaking out previously, so I have passed this comment to others to speak for me. I'm afraid of the aggressive and outspoken sports community that I'm part of, but not in agreement with, and do not want to speak out for the fear that it's going to impact my child's athletic life in Montclair. Surfaces like artificial turf not only pose harm to the young, developing children playing on them, but also to the broader community through both drinking water and microplastic pollution spreading across our natural environment. It is not logical that Montclair takes the gamble and risks with our health. We need to collectively pause, do the research, and find healthier, natural alternatives to provide sports community with the fields they need. I agree that sports are so good for our children and should be supported, but not by collectively ignoring the alarms of scientists and health experts. I believe we should grow more resilient and better natural grass turf field moving forward for the betterment of this town's young athletes and everyone who lives here. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Is there another speaker?
Hi, I'm Chrissy Thomas, 257 North Mountain Ave, Montclair raised resident. I've been here for 45 years, class of 87. I love this town so much that I ran for mayor and I didn't win, so I don't have a vote. But I still care enough, so much, that I am willing to share my knowledge with you. I have 25 years of experience as a lawyer. I have a master's in business administration, a master's in public policy, two full courses in legislative drafting, and I'm asking you and thanking you for pulling the ordinance regarding indemnification, but I don't really understand why we're trying to cover volunteers when we've never, as far as I could tell, with all the research I did, ever had a volunteer sued, except for the town councilors, who are all volunteers. The whole reason that indemnification ordinance was written was about the Attorney General serving a subpoena on the township. And all of the information demanded was prepared in the normal course of business, and most of it was subject to Oprah. Instead of having our attorney just respond, we hired Riker Danzig and paid them $56,306 to answer one subpoena. It is outrageous. That is something that's done in the normal course of business. And just between February of 2023 and May 14th, 2024, we paid $23,000 for attorneys for Peter Iacobellis, Robin Schlager, Sean Spiller, and William Herlock. And some of them were duplicate invoices for different amounts. I don't understand why we're trying to create more moral hazard by indemnifying people that have historically never needed it. It emboldens people to act improperly. And it's not something that we've ever needed in the past. And it's been misused by the council before to cover things that shouldn't be covered. I'm also hoping to speak to you as a coach and a parent and a person who played sports in high school and Division I and Division III, field hockey and softball. I think that, and my daughter currently plays, and I coached field hockey. She is on the Title VII field and comes home with little black bits in her hair and in her mouth, and she's a goalie, so she's on the ground all the time. It's so hot. It's so dangerous. We can use that $100,000 to line the fields and take care of the fields and take care of our grass. Let's do good things with our brilliance.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Nicole Farjani. I'm sure you guys are as tired as I am. Again, I didn't feel like I needed to speak tonight until I heard some of the speakers. Unfortunately, I was moved to speak. I am speaking in favor of stopping the synthetic grass, no more turf, but I also wish the same passion was put into stopping the building of weapons, genocide, and wars. Do yourselves a favor and look at what those things do to our climate change. Seriously, look it up. Racism. That's why I'm speaking tonight. When I see it, I have to say something about it. I saw it in our schools when I worked there. I spoke out, many of you know, about young black boys being put in seclusion closets unjustly and illegally. And I have talked about that for many years, still dealing with that within our school systems. Please support the stopping of secluding children because it's unjustly used on black boys. Also, the people that keep coming to this mic, the ones that left their homes to come and protest the Pan-African flag, I can think of nothing more disturbing. They come here and use the KKK in a statement that they're using to protest said flag. There's other events happening in this town that you're well aware of that shout racism, and I don't see any of you up on the dais talking about it. I'm not at liberty to speak about some right now, but I'll be back. Mr. LaPola, I was here last October, to talk to you about two flags you raised when some of the same people probably called you to raise two flags in this town. And you did so. Two different places in the town. And we came here to ask you to take that down. At that time, there was no procedure. What I saw when the Pan-African flag came to you was that you all voted on it. You all voted unanimously on it. There was a procedure. Keep the procedure in place. Build on it. Do something about it. You can leave a lot earlier at night if you speak out and do something about it. You want people to keep coming, it's because you're not taking action for important things, like raising a Pan-African flag. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Diane Anglin, President of Montclair NAACP. So I'm here to talk about the power of communication. And the reason why I'm asking Kalia to come up here is because we had a conversation. Now, she will tell you that we don't agree on everything, but what we do agree on right now is uplifting African American children and talking about just the pride in Montclair. So it is not enough to just have the Montclair African American Day where we all wave our red, black, and green flags. It is not enough just to have Juneteenth where we celebrate and come together and raise the flag. The truth is that we need the flag up, and it shouldn't even be a question. So as the Montclair NAACP, I am saying tonight that I am in agreement with the Pan-African American flag being raised in request for February, Juneteenth, and in August. However, the next thing I need to talk about is communication and the power of communication and how the NAACP wants to offer ourselves for community conversations. Oh, I need these glasses. We recognize the importance of fostering an environment where all community members feel heard, valued, and respected, regardless of their religious background or personal beliefs. In today's world, it is vital that we come together and engage in open and respectful dialogue that promote tolerance, social cohesion, and mutual respect. The Montclair NAACP is committed to working with local leaders, faith communities, and organizations to help bridge any divides and create platforms for constructive discussions. We believe that these conversations can be a cornerstone of building a more inclusive and understanding community where differences are acknowledged and celebrated and common
ground is sought in pursuit of justice and equality for all. It is important that we do these conversations. There is not one group that is over another. We're not going to sit here and start comparing traumas, but we really need to come to the table, and I offer to help that. That might mean funds that needed to, be given, but we will facilitate that. I was given names of some folks that might be able to come to Montclair, but it's time we start having conversations on isms. We're not going to put what ism. There's enough isms out here, but Montclair needs to start to heal. We need to come together and we need to talk. So I leave here tonight giving you the promise that the Montclair NAACP is here to help get those things going. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to, so this will be our last
Sorry.
person for public comment, and then we're going to move on to our pending ordinances.
Sorry to prolong this, but I'll be quick. And what I wanted to speak about is disturbing trends in affordability in Montclair. Multiple properties in the historically African-American neighborhood, including Mission, New, Washington, Wheeler, and adjacent streets, have been converted from affordable to luxury housing. Beginning in 2019, a small group of related persons and entities using the same construction team, attorney, architect, and planner have applied for 57 zoning variances that were approved. 17 properties, 57 zoning variances approved. Increased density in a neighborhood that is already dense, and approved with no public comment whatsoever. None of the members of this small group are or ever have been residents of Montclair. Where do they get the right to make Montclair unaffordable for families that have lived here for generations? Many of these properties were lost by foreclosure to the bank. As a result of the subprime mortgage collapse in 2008, these properties were allowed to become further distressed and exploited by people who have access to capital to buy properties at bargain prices. Now the neighborhood is unaffordable for the people who lived there, and the residents of this community are being told we must spend millions more to build affordable housing. Unexposed fraud, corruption, waste, and abuse undermines equity in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, at this point in time, we're going to go to the pending ordinances. Okay. Is there anyone else? Because after this last speaker, we're going to go to pending ordinance A.
I'm coming on behalf of some of my neighbors from Forest Street. So I'm just been informed that Ron Williams is head of our ward. So I'm gonna try and give this to you when I leave.
Please tell me your name.
Joshua. My name is Joshua Harris. I'm
Thank
from
you.
Forest Street.
Thank you.
Here on behalf of some of my neighbors. So we want to do something about people speeding on the street. A lot of people have children on the street, and it's a concern. So we've been trying to do things. Before in the winter, we had like a monitoring for the speeding of people, and it was helping. Other people have different ideas, like speed bumps. This is unilateral parking is what they proposed. It's a conversation that needs to be had. I know y'all have to discuss, and then we have to figure out how that goes logistically with the traffic flow from Bloomfield Ave and then away from Bloomfield Ave. But right now, most of the traffic is coming, like people are coming down the street because they're trying to park to go to restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. But that's really all I have to say. Listening to other things that people were speaking about today, I just want y'all to know, right, as a Black American, as a person whose parents are Negroes, if you want to call it that, right? They've been here since before 1900. Juneteenth is not a complete American holiday. There's a Juneteenth flag, right? There's specifically for Juneteenth. There's actually a David Hammond flag that actually has the American flag, except red, black, and green. When we put a Pan-African flag, that's inviting other people to ethnocide us as a people, okay? So I'm not against black unity, but this is not a whole world black holiday. It's a Texas holiday. It's not a New Jersey holiday. It's not a California holiday. It's a Texas holiday that we're trying to take semblance of. So to include everybody is not what we actually need for that. This is a specific holiday, celebrate a specific thing, so let's actually highlight the specific thing and have the right flag. There's actually a flag for that. So I get it. I don't want it, you know, as a truth bearer, I gotta face the mob and all of that, but it's the truth. The truth is, there is a flag for Juneteenth, and it's not red, black, and that. It's red, white, and blue, which is this country. So, but who cares? But who cares? Look, the man who made that flag is a Jamaican man who got deported. Okay? He was not a law-abiding citizen. Okay, that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, I'm going to give this over, and there is a flag for Juneteenth that y'all should look into. So that's a better flag to put up because it's not a holiday for everybody. But, yeah, I yield my time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the pending ordinance A. Councilor D'Amato, can you please do pending ordinance A? What happened? Okay. Pending ordinance A has been pulled from the agenda. Moving right along to pending ordinance 0-24-32.
I would like to have that.
Thank you.
Pending ordinance 0-24-32, ordinance to supersede, repeal, and replace Chapter 110 Cannabis of the Code of Township of Montclair, New Jersey. So moved.
Second. That was right.
Any discussion?
No, sorry. Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, I read it. It looks like all of the edits that we discussed at the last meeting have been incorporated.
Sorry, I think that the mayor should
Hearing.
open hearing, give the open hearing notice.
Oh,
Thank you.
where is the open hearing notice? We're going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone present who wishes to be heard in relation to the proposed ordinance? Without objection? Oh, okay. Yes. I'm opening the public hearing for ordinance 0-24-32.
I just wanted to thank the council for working so hard on this, especially Councilor D'Amato, and I hope that you pass it. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, we ready to take the vote? Yes? All in favor? Oh, we have to do a roll call?
Roll call.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you please do a roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilor Lockman.
Yes.
Councilor Toller. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Moving on to new business resolutions. Resolution, these are for discussion or just the ones at the bottom? Okay, resolution number 1. Councilor Birmingham?
Resolution R24-220, resolution renewing the 18-month term of the Vision Zero Task Force and extending the membership terms of the Vision Zero Task Force. And I so move.
A second.
Discussion? Councilor Toller?
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to understand, Vision Zero is requesting to be renewed for an additional 18 months until May of next year to do exactly what? Because it's not worded here and I'm trying to.
Yes, Council D'Amato.
I believe that this just got a little mixed in translation. It is a 6-month extension.
6 months or 18 months, so we were doing 18 months based on the initial resolution creating the task force. It runs in 18-month terms.
They have
So it was due
they had
to
an
expire on October 16th, I believe.
Yeah, it expires before our next
They still
meeting.
have task force duties to do the past.
Such as?
They're working on the Vision Zero plan to come up with a plan for the town to follow with regard to traffic.
But
Council Birmingham.
But this language is renewed for an additional 18 months until May 1st, 2025.
Yeah.
Is not,
Yeah, it's not right.
is not right.
I do believe it is for 6 months because it was about that there are 3 phases of work and that there's the 3rd phase, including some deliverables. And we could extend again after 6 months, no problem, right?
Manager Lepola.
Yeah, I think the explanation is that when it was created, it was for 18 months. It took 6 months to start. So we're 12 months in on an 18-month initial plan. So it's extending it 6 months, which would be the first 18 months of Vision Zero.
Okay, thank you for the timeline, but I'm still trying to understand the work that they're doing, because I haven't encountered enough sufficient information or statistics from Vision Zero to convince me that work will be done effectively address many of the issues in the 4th Ward. I acknowledge that Vision Zero has worked on the outskirts and examined some of the problem areas, what I'm calling the outskirts of the 4th Ward, but I need to see some more information and data on other parts of the 4th Ward. I know no one's probably here now to speak about it, but I'm just going on record, for example, Maple Avenue, there are 2 schools situated there. The south end of Orange Road, we've seen Uber drivers drive the wrong way down the one-way street. I mean, when are those hot topic, hot button items going to be addressed or even visited by Vision Zero?
Well, if I can,
Yeah, go ahead.
Manager Lepola.
Vision Zero in the last year, in my opinion, has been instrumental in the lowering of speed limits and many studies, et cetera, but it is not authorized. There's no authorization. They don't take any official action, they advise, and they're still much in the planning phase. I am not a member of the task
No,
force.
I understand
mean,
that,
met
but I
many
haven't
calls
seen any
and-
data in their
Yeah.
planning to get
Yeah.
into the middle of the 4th Ward.
I don't think they're there yet. I think this is a very, and Counselor, I believe you're on the.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Yes, I just wanted to, so Councilor D'Amato, Mayor Baskerville and I are council liaisons to the Vision Zero Task Force. Basically, what they need an extension and what they're continuing to do is they are in phase 3 of the strategic plan that they put together. And another part of it that is still pending is completion of the revised Vision Zero policy, which, they are hoping to get before this council. So the extension, the work that is being done is per the plan, the project plan that they are authorized to do. So that's.
How many phases are there? You said they're at phase 3.
This is the 3rd phase.
But how many altogether?
3.
3.
So they're at phase 3, they're asking for an extension, and we still I haven't seen, because I follow Vision Zero, I listened to the presentation Laura gave back in last May. So they're working just on the outskirts of the wards, and that's what I'm trying to find out and understand. Because this seems more to be about biking than actual traffic, and I realize what Manager Lepola said is that they're not authorized to put in place parameters, if you will, but when's the data going to be assessed for the inside of the 4th Ward? That's my question.
Sorry,
just-
Councilor Birmingham.
Just to echo what Councilor Toller's asking, I think those of us who are not on the task force, there are just simple traffic safety measures that this town is begging for, like daylighting intersections, Maple Avenue, like we need, I guess the question is, of course, we support Vision Zero, but when will we just see these, this is what needs to be done, we're going to get it done? That's what I think, at least I want to know.
Exactly, because,
Which is not knocking them, it's just,
yeah, we're phase
when is
three.
it coming?
I think that you will be pleased to know that it's probably coming now, and I think that it is not accurate to say that the Vision Zero is solely about biking on the outskirts. There are
I didn't say they
things-
solely were.
Well,
I said it seems that way, because I
Yeah,
haven't seen any
and
real
and I
meat and
respect how it
potatoes.
seems, and now I'm just going to take a minute to reassure everyone that it's not just about biking on the outskirts, and some of it does include possibly a path that can give access to people to get to and from work, people that use their bicycles to get from outskirts like, say, East Orange or whatever, that do come up the south end in Orange Road and drive through the township to get to their drive. So yes, they do have those, but they also have the things that Councilor Birmingham is talking about. They've talked about street calming measures and other types of things that we can do. They've talked about adding some ornate, trees and different things that were in their very lovely presentation that they did. So while right now the thrust may seem that way, and I don't know whether their presentations have done that. I'm not sure. Because I have been working with the group for a while, and I understand a little bit better. I feel comfortable that after we revise the plan and in this phase 3 of the plan, people will begin to see more. You're not going to get results because the plan's not completed yet, so there's no data like to say we did, this and whatever. They can demonstrate some data that may not be that pleasing about what the lowering of the traffic, the speed limit has done in the township. To be quite honest with you, that might not be something that we're really excited about when we see it. But I'm just saying that I think that the types of things that we're asking that would be helpful, we will see it as we move into phase 3. Councilor Lockman.
So am I remembering correctly that Vision Zero wanted to have something on the town website where people could report places where they thought, like Eileen is mentioning, that you could have a quick fix if you cut these bushes down, you got a better sight line, something like that. Is that happening, or am I misremembering that? I mean, that would seem like in line with what we're saying, that there could be input from the community for getting something done quickly, if they knew about it. Is something like that happening?
I don't know.
They're doing
Councilor D'Amato.
Thank you. They're doing a lot of stuff at once, but basically they're one of the key deliverables for the third phase is an action plan and also a lot of crash data and other data. And I would just say, Councilor Toller, that there is a very strong ethos throughout the task force of looking at the issues of the South End and that basically people know and are deeply focused on that as being the most unsafe part of town in some regards for pedestrians. And so people are they're focused. They're in this culmination phase, and we're all going to have to talk very soon about the complete streets. There's a very complicated process, but basically there is an ordinance, and we're going to have to walk through it and look at how it works. And that's going to be coming down the road, as it were, quite soon. But I understand, I think your probing questions are great. I've been doing a lot of probing with them as well. They could probably tell you. And I would just say that you have my pledge that if their work gets to continue, that I think you will be satisfied. And if not, you can back over me in the George Innes parking lot.
Well, now just remember.
Councilor Lockman?
I'm sorry, but I didn't get an answer to that question. Is there something from the people who liaison with the?
I'm not certain.
You don't
I
know.
believe that is the plan.
That is the plan, and that
Yes.
hasn't happened yet, but it is the plan to have some
Right.
kind of
We
access.
also received a grant for traffic calming, And
Yeah.
they're working, or they'll be making recommendations for temporary, not permanent things, but different ways to calm traffic. And their focus is auto, walking, and bicycles, however you're going to get around. So it's not, bicycle driven, but it's basically how does everybody get there, get around and be safe. And Vision Zero, the goal of Vision Zero is not to have any pedestrian deaths. So it's all of those issues. But they are collecting, part of what they were doing is collecting the data to see where the accidents really occur and where they do not, because often we're requested to do studies based on a specific accident, could be horrific or whatever, when the issue is that accident, but not a history of accidents or something at that location. So they're collecting that data to say, okay, this intersection has serious accidents on a regular basis. This one had one, but nothing in the in the last 10 years. So they're putting all that information together.
Yeah. And to finally address some of the things, Councilor Toller, that you're talking about, like for about 10 years now, we've been trying to stop the traffic in South End in front of 340 Orange Road from making a left down Linden Avenue. So I share your concerns
Right.
on a lot of the issues.
The South End
Yeah.
is one part of Fourth Ward, but I'm
Yeah.
also talking about the real meat and potatoes where there's Elmwood Avenue, Lexington, Lincoln,
Yes.
Maple. I hope some data and statistics will be available to ensure that, some traffic calming can happen there.
All of that, and
Nothing but
it's
kids
helpful too if you and other people present those areas that, have the concerns, and I don't think anybody's going to not address
No, I
those
don't think
issues.
they won't. I'm just want to put it
I
on the
can,
record for those
I can assure
streets.
you, with me sitting on there,
Willardale,
that will not
Wheeler,
be the case.
Pearson, Pleasant Avenue, there's a whole list of them.
Councilor Williams.
Forget me. There's no problem. So, a lot of good discussion, but the date, what date should it be in here? We're doing 6 months.
You're gonna have to
let's-
make a motion to amend, so
Yeah,
to correct the date.
so Councilor D'Amato, do you want to do a motion to amend so that we can move this forward?
You're not amending the date, I think you're amending the,
From the 18 months
We would see in the third whereas,
To
yeah,
six.
6 months.
Yes.
But I don't see how we get to May 1st from
12,
from October
12.
15th.
What's today's date?
April
9 months?
15th,
No.
so we did May 1st.
When is it 12 months?
8 months.
April 15th, or May, it's 2 weeks extra,
April 15th?
April.
April 15th, it says. I
What
know
date
that,
are you
I know that
counting
date.
from?
Eric, what date are you counting from? Are we counting from today?
I would say the 16th, the day that we don't want them to expire.
Right.
For whatever reason, I think that seems like a good idea not to let it expire.
16th
So the 15th to April 15th.
is October, November, December, January, February, March,
Okay.
April 16th.
So we would have 2 changes. We would have, 16th, in the third paragraph, for an additional 6 months. And then in the last paragraph, extended to April 15th, 2025.
And also change the 18 to 6 months.
Yeah, you said that.
And the now therefore be it resolved paragraph.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
An additional 6 months, right? Sorry.
Who seconded it?
But then does
And then further be resolved.
Oh, yeah. May, no,
April
until April 15th.
But does the title of the resolution need to be changed? What is renewing the 18-month
Yep.
term? So
I would just
Change
get
that
rid
to
of
6
the
months.
18-month, just resolution renewing the term of the Vision Zero Task Force.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good, yes.
Just cut it.
You moved the amendment, was there a second?
I second.
Second.
Okay, there's a second. All in favor? No, we need a roll call.
We need a roll
Okay,
call.
all right. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
Mayor Baskerville, is this a roll call for the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes?
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Yeah, you have to vote on the resolution.
Amendment carried. So
Wait, now you have to vote on the actual resolution.
we will now vote on the amended resolution. Please call the roll.
I'm sorry, Mayor, who's the movement and the second for the adoption of the amended resolution?
I'll move it.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Anderson?
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham?
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato?
Yes.
Counselor Lockman?
Yes.
Counselor Toller?
Yes.
Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving on to new business. Counselor Lockman, will you please?
Resolution R-24-221, Township of Montclair, a resolution approving participation with the grant program administered by NJ Department of Law and Public Safety, Office of the Attorney General. Do you want me to keep going? Oh, sorry, yes, I'm moving this.
Second.
Discussion? Any discussion?
I just have a question. What is this grant money for, if the manager can explain? I know it's coming, who it's coming from and the amount, but what purpose will this be used, and what department? Just the police department?
Yes, it's Lieutenant Williams and Detective Ducastis, and it's the Community Services Unit of the Police Department.
Thank you.
I just have,
Deputy Mayor,
thank you. I just have an issue that the memo says that the application, award conditions, contract, and resolution are attached to the memorandum, but I don't see any of those things attached to, and at least in my packet.
I'm sorry about that, Counselor.
Okay.
I can provide those to you, and you can
Okay.
put the vote off for later if you'd like, but I don't have those with me.
Mayor?
would you like to hold it until we have? So we will remove it? Oh,
No,
I'm sorry, Counselor Birmingham.
Just where it says with a local match of fringe benefits for the proposed total project cost of $455,065. And then on the back, it says it's essentially contributing to their salaries, I think. Is that, to defray the cost of the salaries of Lieutenant Williams and Detective Lisa Kutas. Is that,
I'm gonna ask that we pull this and we
Okay.
take action at the end of the month.
Yes, thank you.
Because I think the numbers are
Good.
inconsistent.
thank you, thanks.
So, Resolution R-24-221 will be pulled from the agenda. Next, please. Yes, Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Resolution R-24-222, a resolution authorizing execution of a fair and open contract with Fred Beans Ford of Washington to purchase Ford electric vehicles, bid 24-20. I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Counselor Lockman?
Yeah, so this is the parking utility, correct?
Yes.
And what are these vehicles used for? I'm wondering why they need two pickup trucks. Oh, sorry, SUVs. I mean, are these the people who are given tickets? Why do they need these big vehicles?
Yes.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry.
Counselor Williams?
So I asked, we think
We
alike,
think
right?
alike.
We think alike. I asked a lot of questions around this because these are fairly fancy
Yeah.
EVs, right? And there are vehicles that are specifically made just for parking. You see them, they have 3 wheels, and you might see them in New York City and whatever, and they're EVs. However, just through research, those particular vehicles wind up being just as expensive as these vehicles, and the range in those vehicles maybe at max go up to 100 miles per charge, whereas these, I think, are a couple of hundred. So, after all that, and then they further chose Ford because I think that they were looking at a Model 3 Tesla, which would have been a little less expensive, but Tesla never got back to them in terms of the pricing on that, so they couldn't pull the trigger on that. So that's how we landed with this. I didn't quite get an answer as to whether or not the other vehicles that I listed, I think there was a Chevy EV or whatever the case may be, if they would qualify for the $7,500 EV grant that the federal government is giving, if municipalities qualify for that. That I wasn't sure that would defray the cost.
I can get you an answer for that.
If they looked at, some of the other eligible vehicles, so.
Okay.
Can I just?
And if I,
Councilor Lockman?
Yeah, Rahul, just to follow up on your question, does Tesla still require its own unique charging station, or is it a universal charging station?
No, that's the North American charging standard, right? And you can get an adapter for it, and these probably Ford next year, actually, next year Ford is probably switching to that connector that would be able to be used with Tesla chargers, but I don't know if they want to wait until next year. But in any event,
And do we have to install a charger when we
I think
get
we
these?
already have them.
Oh, we do?
I think DC, the parking utility is the only department that has them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor D'Amato and Manager LaPola.
So, Councilor Williams, I also went down the same rabbit hole, if you remember, at the beginning of our term with another like golf carty thing, and really worked them. And they, and part of the reason I liked it and would still have liked it is that they actually are very slow vehicles, and it's called pace car, basically. So it slows traffic a little bit, and that they thought was not necessary. They do kind of want to be able to zip around a little faster, but most importantly, we load up our parking vehicles with a lot of electronics. So they have cameras and plate readers, and I did see some specs which showed that they had to pull a lot of power, and so these vehicles do get outfit with a lot of stuff on them. And at a certain point, even though it would be very nice to have a very small vehicle for the footprint, we are asking our employees to be in the car the whole day, or a large amount of time. And I think a little bit of we have to be a little sensitive. And we have a victory, right? So they originally were going to have a hybrid vehicle which you gas up, and now we have a pure EV, and so it's good.
just briefly, and just, I want to correct the record from an earlier speaker. It was Councilor D'Amato, after we had proposed the hybrids, who asked to be pulled, and we go and find electric vehicles. I was giving credit for that, but he's the one that deserves that credit.
You still get
I'm telling you, I'll do anything for a piece of candy.
Anyone else? Council members, discussion on the resolution? No? Was it moved? And second? And the second? Okay. Yes. Please, would you do a roll call?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato.
Yes.
Councilor Lockman.
Yes.
Councilor Toller,
Yes.
Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Councilor Williams, please.
Resolution R-24-223, resolution awarding a fair and open contract to H2M Associates, Inc., H2M, from the environmental remediation project at 399 Orange Road. So moved.
Second.
If I may.
Councilor Williams?
So, I'm generally fine with the work. The only thing is, I understand that they're looking to use the same vendor out of convenience, but I would like if they put it out for bid just to see, you know, I get the convenience factor, but to see if the same vendor is, you know, just to make sure that we're getting the best price for it. So that's my only concern there.
Yes, Counselor Birmingham?
I had a similar question in terms of it's called a fair and open contract, and I thought my understanding was that had to be advertised, and then there was some sort of competitive bidding. So I guess, yeah, just technically, is this a fair and open contract? Or?
I'll defer to council.
Right, so I'm just trying to understand what do we have to do?
Yeah, it was an RFQ.
Isn't it a grant?
The money's a grant, the process was a request for qualification.
So it was pre-qualified, and then it's the best
You
to
solicit the yes.
where it says to retain the same vendor to continue working. That's where I'm this is just me questioning. Is that
We have pre-qualified municipal engineering consultants, so that's, you pre-qualify them, and then you can select from that list, so that you don't have to go and bid every single one.
okay? And that's considered
Yes.
fair and open.
Yes.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, I'm sorry, Counselor Tola?
Thank you. So I have quite a few, and I know Mrs. Talley isn't here, but on her memo dated September 17, the second paragraph towards the end, it says something about the grant for $5,000 associated with grant management assistance, which will be paid through the planning department budget. Do you know what that $5,000 cost would be or could be? Because that sounds like, I know this project is done through grant money, but she's here saying that possibly another $5,000 would need to be paid through the planning department, which is really our township budget.
Right.
So do you have any understanding as to what that?
My understanding is we don't have the technical ability to manage the environmental part of this, so there is an administrative cost associated with that.
Okay.
And this is grant money, and this is for this property I think we acquired first in 2002.
Okay, so maybe we should make sure that this says, that her memo should say not to exceed, so we don't go over that amount. The other question that I have is how do we ensure that H2M Associates doesn't exceed their amount for the year, that 173,945?
Well, we monitor what they do, but since this is grant money, it's not, there'd be no guarantee that they would be paid if they exceeded the amount from the grant. So we all are very careful about how they're careful about how they, monitor their own spending, as are we, because if there's no grant money, additional grant money, they're not going to get paid.
Okay, so that's great. On scope of work, I have tasks 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, and 10, where I have some questions. I can read them now, or I can email them to Ms. Talley and copy the council.
You said on number
The
4?
scope of work from the report.
If you could email those to both of us, and then.
Pull it then.
Yeah,
if we
that
have
would be
all
fine.
the questions.
Well, it's just some fine tuning that I have some questions about, and then the cost estimates portion that the H2M submitted on the last page here, where it says cost estimate. If Ms. Talley can please see if they can submit a new report that specifies that their monthly invoices will be submitted with a detailed description of what the payment is for, which includes but is not limited to the actual work completed during said month, the scope of work, meaning completed tasks, uncompleted tasks with dates included, cost of materials and labors, because what I don't want to happen is we're not kept abreast of how much this project is costing and if we're going to exceed that grant money. So if the contractor can submit detailed invoices on a monthly basis and our purchase orders match them, then we should be able to keep a better guardrail in place to ensure that we're, not going over the grant money. And I'm happy to email this to you, Ms. Talley, copy to council. I would like to see another report from H2M specifying how they're going to submit their invoices with details, because this can easily go way over budget.
Counselor Lockman?
And I know you have said this is grant money, but isn't 75% of it grant money and 25% from the town?
I misspoke then.
Yeah.
I thought Ms. Talley said the other 25% she received another grant. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I missed.
I think we're using some other, it's not grant, it's some other.
Well, I'm just reading what's in the memo. Sorry.
Yeah, it's in the second paragraph of the memo.
That's what I asked twice.
We can table it.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Make a motion to table it until
Fine.
Make a
put these
motion to
other
table
items
this.
in.
Yeah. We should probably
Second.
table the rest of the minutes. There's nothing here that we have to do tonight.
And I will share this, my recommendations, council, with the full council, and I'll send it to Ms. Talley and Mr. Lapola.
Okay, moving on to Resolution R-24-224. Counselor Toller.
Sure, thank you. Resolution R-24-224, resolution approving the 2023 Audit Corrective Action Plan. I so move.
Second.
Discussion? Deputy
Mayor.
Mayor Shin Anderson.
I'm sorry, is there an urgency to this? Because I really found the document, the corrective action plan, very lacking.
Yeah, there is a time frame that it has to be done by this meeting, but we also had a discussion about this at the Finance Committee meeting, was it last night? Seems like a week ago, last night. And this is, and as the CFO said, this is how these corrective action plans on municipal audits work. They're very general, and we monitor it ourselves, and by the audit next year, it should not show up any further, but there's no detailed, other than this is the detail that's required and usually done. These are relatively minor issues, so the auditor said it's sufficient, and this is,
I have a question.
So,
Counselor Toller,
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and I hear what is being, shared. I just never saw anything. I mean, it doesn't, how are we going to be ensured that there are procedures in place that are actually, it says corrective action. They'll be taking the necessary precautions to ensure all disbursements are made timely. That's it. Like, so I don't really, I'm trying to get a sense of,
until somebody's, and I don't mean to be,
yeah.
until somebody is not I mean, it's more of a, they have to, like with the parking ticket thing, or the municipal court had to, those are, for them to do, but unless, those responsible, the chief, et cetera, have been made aware, the municipal court, so it's up to them to then, make sure that they're complying. We periodically monitor. The biggest one has to do with the not to exceeds on the contracts. We've already started implementing that last year, and as those contracts come up, we will, deal with that and make sure everything is on the agenda. But these are very, I don't want to say basic, but basic, sometimes these auditors wouldn't even put some of these things on the corrective action plan, but the CFO says this is sufficient to comply with state statute, and she prepared this, and we need to have it, it had to be done within, I think, 60 days of when we receive the audit. We don't have another meeting until the 29th, so we would be out of time if we waited until the 29th.
What would happen then? What's the,
I
we're
think
out of
I
time.
think we get fined.
How much?
I don't know.
And were you done? I'm sorry.
Counselor Toller.
Thank you. There were 7 out of 25 exceptions. Is that going to be included in the corrective action plan and identified? Because I agree with Deputy Mayor, this is a little vague and.
How about if we, I would suggest perhaps, if you would like, if we need to pass this to get it to Trenton, but I will provide you with a more specific plan that will not be part of our submission, but how we will monitor compliance for all of the items, and you'll get that within the next few days.
Counselor Lockman.
I guess I have one more question. So you said this is prepared by the CFO?
Yes?
And isn't it an audit of CFO functions? pretty much, financial functions, and so it strikes me, it's, shouldn't somebody else be preparing this?
It's an audit of the entire town, of all the departments.
But all the
So-
financials of the departments.
You're correct about that, but
Yeah.
of the department's financials, so how they
Sure.
are,
Yeah.
how they are performing and
She has
operating.
she has the statutory obligation to submit this to local government services.
Yeah.
So she in turn gets, for example, speaking to the courts and how to correct their issue.
Yeah.
She then compiles the document and says it's sufficient
And
to
then they look
submit.
at
So
it.
that's how that works.
And then they look at it, the audit
Yes.
just looks what,
Well,
so it's.
the
auditor.
DCA looks at it, local government
Okay.
service looks
All
at
right.
it. They
It's not
review
much
the
of an
corrective
audit.
action plans.
Deputy
Wait.
Mayor,
Oh, sorry.
Counselor Lockman.
How much do we pay this auditor? Do you have any
I
idea?
I think it was 88,000 for the year,
How much?
88,000.
88,000 to do this audit?
That's standard.
That's.
Deputy Mayor Sin Anderson.
I just wanted to, Mr. LaPola, I just wanted to verify, so you said within the next 3 days, or the next few
The next
days,
few days, yes.
we'll all get,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
Yes, Counselor D'Amato.
I'll just say for the record that it doesn't make any sense to me that there's a implementation process for having things that exceed the bid threshold go to the council. I mean, just send them to the council. Like, I don't get it.
Well, that's the whole point, is making sure it gets to the council. In
But-
past practice, there were some that did not get here.
But
That
it
was started to be corrected last
it
year, so
should
we are,
be corrected at once. I
well, we
mean, how
can't, we
can,
can't correct the existing, there
is it a software glitch?
No, it was a,
Oh, I see.
yeah,
So there are contracts that have to run out.
yes, and then
Oh,
as
okay, all right, I
everything's
get it, I get it.
coming up, everything will
I
then be in
understand.
compliance. Yes.
Madam Clerk, please roll call.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes,
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato,
Yes?
Counselor Lockman,
Yes.
Counselor Toller,
No.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Moving on, please, to the next resolution. Counselor D'Amato, please.
Resolution R-24-225, resolution authorizing the tax collector to refund the tax payment charge due to auto pay system issues. So moved.
Second.
I can explain that. So what happened was, we have a system where, we have auto pay system, and there was a point sometime in August, under the contract or the parameters of how it works, there was a cap on how much of our money they could hold at any one time. So we reached that cap, and a handful of people who their auto pay was rejected. They were then charged interest. So it was brought to several counselors' attention, so we went back and found those persons, and the only way we can reimburse them is through a resolution. So we're this is an issue of just, our system now, our cap has been raised to a number I'm told that we could never reach if everybody paid their taxes on the same day. So we have apologized to them, and once this passes, we then can get them there's still maybe 2 more people who have not paid their taxes, so when they do, you may have another resolution at the end of the month.
Mayor?
Counselor Birmingham.
Yes, thank you for getting this taken care of, and I think we want to emphasize this is a very particular situation around the vendor and communication, and I'm just thinking going forward, the auto pays are all coming out on one day. I think it was like August 8th or something that was all supposed to happen. Can we, like for the next quarter, can we sort of, the day after the auto pay is supposed to be scheduled, can we like confirm with the vendor that they all were taken out appropriately, just so that we don't have a repeat of this? Because it sounds like,
Yeah, I didn't think they were all on one day. she does them like weekly or whatever.
yeah,
It's-
it was like,
Yeah.
it'll tell you it was scheduled for what, like,
Right.
a day, and then they don't, in this case, they didn't tell them that it didn't actually happen, and I
We've
think
only been
that-
using this system for about a year, so
Yeah.
we didn't realize that this
Yeah.
cap issue could possibly.
Yeah,
happen.
exactly, so,
Okay.
thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I just wanted to say
Deputy
thank you.
Mayor Shin Anderson?
I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Leopold and also members of the Finance Committee for addressing this so quickly and taking care of it.
And I also want to thank our tax collector, Lydia, for her help as well.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Counselor Birmingham,
Yes.
Counselor D'Amato.
Yes.
Counselor Lockman. Yes. Counselor Toller,
Yes.
Counselor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes.
So are we at number 7, the resolution R24-226, the
Bill list, yes.
Bill list resolution? I so move.
Second? No, I already seconded it. Roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Oh, if we need discussion. Yes, Counselor Toller?
Thank you. There's a purchase order for Big Belly Solar sidewalk receptacles. I know that the department head isn't here, and the email exchange that I've had with him in the past regarding the same receptacles down in the 4th ward that are in other wards, do you know if it's going to cover anything in this amount here?
I do not, but I do know that I was part of that conversation and that we will make sure that they are now extended to where they originally were supposed to be extended to, which goes into the
So
fourth ward.
that's this purchase order?
I'm not sure if
that's-
it's this has been around, this may,
Do you know where
this may have
these are
started
going?
prior to even you, before we had that
Yeah.
discussion, so I don't know the answer to that. I can just tell you that we are on track, whether it's this or the next, to make sure that the Big Bellies are
Yeah, in the 4th
put
ward. Why
where
not?
where they were supposed to go in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
Others? Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Excuse, I had another question.
I'm sorry, Counselor Toller?
Unless someone else has another question.
No, Counselor Toller?
So we're paying this purchase order for Ambrosia Construction for the home improvement repairs. Is that part of that affordable housing home
Yes,
repair
it is.
program? Okay, so this is what you wanted back on, Counselor D'Amato, from the last time?
This is not from the last time.
Oh, this is a new one.
Yes, this is 2 units, all signed off on.
Counselor Williams?
Yeah, I sent, I got answers on some of the things that I had questions on, and there's some further follow-up. But I did see the Second River payment in here, $26,000, Counselor D'Amato. I mean, how, it's a quarterly payment, how is every other town do, I mean, what, just if anybody has any insight, I mean, and we don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but I did see that payment, and I was just like, what is it for? I mean.
I could tell you that if we stopped paying, you'd find out very quickly. Both of our sewer utilities that we feed into are feeding into the Passaic Valley. I don't know if it's also a conduit for payments to the Passaic Valley. But I will tell you that it's they seem to be pretty tight ships. We have some litigation expenses. Otherwise, there hasn't been a lot of maintenance, but big maintenance. But they do maintenance on the 12 miles I guess both of them are like about, between 5 and 10 miles that run down to Newark. And they're very large sewer systems, and they inspect them regularly. So I went yesterday to the Third River meeting, and we were read out a report. I was there with Attorney Burr, and we looked at reports that they do, I guess quarterly on the flow, and they brought actually charts for me because I was the newbie, to see how some of the connectors worked. I would just say it's something that doesn't, that works. And I don't know. I don't have a comparable thing in my life to tell you whether that 26,000 is bad, but I would say, compared to paying twice that for grass clippings, we could let the grass clippings pile up. Let's put it that way.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Deputy Mayor Anderson,
Yes.
Councilor Birmingham,
Yes.
Councilor D'Amato,
Yes.
Councilor Lockman.
Yes.
Councilor Toller. Councilor Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Baskerville.
Yes. Moving on to discussion items. Do we need to take a break at all, or everybody just wants to keep going? Keep going? Anybody need a break? No, okay, we're going to go to discussion. Discussion item number 8, please. Councilor Birmingham. No? I'm sorry, Councilor Lockman.
Okay, number 8. So this is for the October 29th agenda, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And so it's a resolution amending the fair and open contract to Neglia Engineering Associates for calendar year 2024 Municipal Engineering Services.
Anybody have any questions or discussion on that, or can we move on to the next discussion item?
Mayor?
Yes, Councilor D'Amato.
I don't know if we need to talk about this now. It's very late, but I mean, just the bills for our engineering department are high, and at $700,000, it is more significant than I would have expected. That it was always a thing with one of our predecessors, Councilor Russo. Always, that was his mantra, that we had an in-house engineer and the world was better. I don't know if that's
Correct.
true.
No, I think that we need to have that discussion at some point.
I don't know what the protocol is here. I mean, we're here as a group. Maybe that, I don't know which committee it would fall to have that discussion, but.
About an in-house engineering
Well, whether
versus
or not-
continuing
yeah.
with the way we have it now.
So the reason for this overage, from what I understand, is about stormwater, a lot of it. It is about the downhill things and applying these permits. So it's a new mandate that they have to deal with, permitting. And Roberto said that this was some large portion of what he's doing now, and he's overwhelmed with it.
So,
But it's a lot of money.
if I may address.
Yes, Manager Lepola?
Okay, so what happened is, I think in 2022, the then mayor and council adopted more stringent stormwater regulations. Part of that is a review of stormwaters on all of these applications. So we are going to propose, and I think I sent it all out to you today, an ordinance that basically would create an escrow where you'd have to put $1,500 in, and we would draw down from that if necessary to cover the cost of this, because he's, I think, they're going to hit over 100 of these this year. And everyone requires a very technical review. I mean, the ultimate goal on the stormwater issue is important, but we are now absorbing the cost. So we've had this ordinance drafted, and not quite sure which committee it would go to, but I think that's something that you, as the governing body, will have to decide, is whether or not you want to pass this charge along. But that's about $150,000 of our annual costs right now. I mean, it is, and it has to be done, I mean, according to our ordinance.
Quick question. So,
Councilor Williams?
thank you. So some of this that we're paying the firm, is some of that reimbursed by any of the developers and stuff like that, or is that separate?
That's separate.
That's totally separate, so this is,
Some of this will be charged back to, I believe it's $100,000 approximately will be charged back to ordinances. So it's not part of the operating budget. And we charge back whatever we can if they're doing something that's, for example, you approve, road construction or paving, and there's monitoring of that, then the money is charged back to that ordinance. The other issue we have, and I'll be really honest with you, the previous director of DCS, Mr. Wood, left in last fall, and he used up his time before we changed the way you could use up your 6 months here of getting paid but no director. And we relied heavily on Neglia because we had, no one who was an engineer in charge. And I do agree, and I know the conversation's for another time, is to find, a civil engineer to be on staff. Actually, I think we did have one, and she left and I think went to Hoboken. But that being said, the issue right now with civil engineers is that all of the money from the federal infrastructure bill and all of these things has now come to fruition. So civil engineers are and there's a shortage, and they're paid extraordinarily well. When we did the job description for the head of DCS, we put civil engineer preferred, and out of our 120 resumes, I think we got 3 who were engineers, and 2 of them were over 80, no disrespect intended, but they've been retired a while. So that's what's going on. And also, not since July 1st, but prior to that, as you can see from the memo, there was a constant request for an analysis for different intersections and to fix things, and that they were coming in, literally we just had to slow it down, but they were coming in several a week, and the council would direct that they be, reviewed. That has not been happening as much, but that's the reality of where the money's been going.
Yes, Councilor Toler.
Thank you. When does their contract end with us? Or has it ended already?
No, it's not ended, and I don't know what year we are in of, I think originally it was,
31st, right?
yeah. It does
Well, what does
December
December
31.
31st get us? Is that the end? I was hoping that would be the end, period.
Well, the reason I'm asking, because if the contract with them, say, for example, does end December 31st, we can table this until we have a discussion if we want to go forward with another firm, or if we want to put this out to hire an engineer. It gives us the time. That's why I'm asking, when does the contract
Yeah, it's
expire?
my apologies. It's always, professional services is always 12 months.
So
it's at the end
we
of
went
the
into
year.
this contract when, I'm sorry, I'm not reading.
But is
it.
that exclusive, or the 200,000 just gets us up to the December 31st day? I mean, we can still be doing what you're saying.
Look, I'm all in favor of having a civil engineer or 2 on staff.
Right.
We
But
absolutely
the
need
reality of it is,
somebody
it's
on
not
staff.
all going to
Yeah.
be done in-house, and we will still have to, I know Councilor Birmingham mentioned the other night about Princeton, who have
They have 7 people in their engineering staff.
just engineering,
Just in that department.
Yes.
So,
and outside firms,
and it's
too.
their budget's well over $1 million so.
Just for the engineer?
Yeah, just for engineering.
Well, I think it's
But they're
something to
probably
talk
getting,
about.
Properly
Yep.
good reports in, good work. I'm not saying this company isn't, but today's presentation, it just didn't razzle-dazzle me, and it's also not what I asked for, and he didn't seem to have a lot of answers, so that's my concern. We need someone that's really an expert, and that's going to be able to help and guide us.
I mean, I thought his presentation was, he didn't get to really give his presentation, so anyway.
And just to point out, he only works 3 days a week, 8 hours a
That's
day.
not enough.
And I don't think that that's
That's
enough
not
either. I
enough.
think we need
He's in the
somebody
office 2 days a week, and the
24/7.
other engineers 2 days a
Yeah.
week, but we rely on all their other people as project by
Yeah,
project.
but
That's
we're
just,
spending more money.
that's just their
Relying
presence.
on them 3 days a week, and you said we're using who else?
So do we want to assign this discussion to a subcommittee, or how do we want to have it? Because I think the discussion we need to
I think we
have.
as counselors can discuss this in executive session at our next meeting if we want to. We don't, everything doesn't have to go to a subcommittee.
Okay, well, at this point in time, everything doesn't have to go to an executive session, because our executive session is not
I
going to
don't know what
start
the
till
basis
after
would be for executive
midnight.
session.
Wait a minute, excuse me, can we talk about that?
Councilor
I think-
Lockman?
I thought everything does have to go to a subcommittee. Well, most things should, right? We should talk about that, right? I mean,
Okay, so for tonight, can we, really figure out what we want to do for tonight in terms
There
of
wouldn't be a vote tonight anyway.
this?
so it's
Okay,
just-
so we're going to
it's
move
just a
on.
discussion.
Move on to the next discussion item, and then, yeah.
And then
I'm
you can
sorry,
decide
Councilor
next.
Lockman, I heard what you're saying, and I agree. We need to try to figure that out. But maybe tonight doesn't have to be the time unless you guys say it has to be the time, then it, okay. So we're moving on to discussion item number 9, please.
and that's Susan.
Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Discussion item number 9 is resolution requesting approval of items of revenue and appropriation pursuant to NJSA 40A 4-87. This is an
Discussion?
insertion of any special item of revenue in the budget.
Anyone?
I just,
Councilor D'Amato? No?
Go to the next.
No one? Okay.
well,
moving
I'm sorry, I just wanted, Mayor, I just wanted to know what, maybe I'm missing this. It's the grant money available from the 2024 Safe and Secure Grant, and so what department is it going to?
Please.
Police, right? Okay.
And this isn't the same one that we just tabled, is that?
No.
I mean, okay, I just want
No.
to double check. Thank you.
And discussion item number 10, Councilor Toller?
You just jumped over Council
Well,
Williams.
I did.
You sponsored it, so.
And I was aware of it. You thought it was so late that I didn't know that.
Resolution establishing a moratorium with installation of artificial turf on playing and recreational fields. I so move.
Are we having discussion item?
That's just discussion.
I'll
Yeah, just
second.
discussion.
Oh,
Yeah. We're having discussion. This is a discussion item.
This is just a discussion item.
Yes, this is a discussion item, and it's the resolution established a moratorium of the installation of artificial turf.
Okay.
And so, discussion, Councilor Williams?
Yeah, I think in general, I'm fine, and the head of recreation came up and said that there are no plans to install artificial turf on municipal fields. So, most of the fields that we're talking about are owned by the BOE or the county. So I'm, in general, fine with this. I just think that some of the wording needs to be changed in here and tightened up a little bit. I would take out a lot of these references, and folks may not agree to what was done in other places and things of that nature. I would go into a little deeper. We can kind of talk about that maybe in executive session, because I have some legal concerns with this.
So I took a count today. We had 17 people for it, 4 people against it. I've heard the yays and the nays. I don't understand why tabling it. If we go through with this, we can amend it at a future time. For me personally, I have seen an increase in autism in the schools, especially in boys, and it starts very young at age 3. I've heard the concerns about soccer versus health. If it rains, no soccer. That's not, to me, a good enough reason to not care about somebody's health. In my opinion, there's resolutions in the best interest of the entire community. It gives us an opportunity to ensure that we take a pause on installing any more artificial turf. We know that artificial turf contains these PFAs, chemicals, and we know that those are not good for our kids. We have plenty of fields. We should take a break. We should know more, and we can understand more over these 3 years, what's affecting our water, our soil, and our air. This isn't about not allowing children to play soccer or baseball. Instead, it's about ensuring our health and safety as a community. There are no safe levels in PFAS, and we have a responsibility to keep all kids safe. For me personally, additionally, as someone who has seen firsthand the harmful effects of chemicals on a person's body and the difficult treatments people undergo to regain health from it, we can prevent some of this if we put this moratorium in place. In my opinion, any delays, it doesn't benefit the entire community, but instead puts us at risk for more exposure. The studies all agree that these chemicals are not good. EPA says there are no safe levels. What else do we need to hear or know at this point? It's like buying a car or any other product. If Consumer Report tells you that there's a defect in your car, do you still buy it? No, you pause and you research other options. So I'm just sharing what my beliefs are for this moratorium, and we need to do it. I know some other people here on the dais might have some other reasons why they may want to pause it and do a little more research or what have you, but we do have the power to amend it if we need to while we're doing the research. So I just wanted to put that out there. To me, it's not good enough reason to not do it because we want to review it and amend it. We can amend it later if we need to. No, I know, I'm just saying.
Well, she's saying that she doesn't see why we can't go ahead. Is that what you're saying, Councilor Toller? I understood you correctly. I personally don't have a problem with it. I've been opposed to artificial turf since I first spoke up against it at a Board of Education meeting when they started coming to the baseball field. And as a physician, and in particular pediatrician, the reasons that I feel that way are just long, and I don't need to discuss them all at this late hour. I know some of the questions that were raised that I was not able to answer are does this affect the indoor soccer fields and the indoor fields as well? So I know there were some questions. I did receive, Councilor Toller, that you're saying we could amend some things at a later date, but... Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, so we can check
Councilor
with Mr.
Toller?
Barr. We can check with Barr or another attorney on this, because are you still the vice president of the Montclair Soccer?
I'm not, I don't have a
Okay,
conflict
okay.
on this.
Just wanted to double check.
I am
Well, let's
still-
find out if
I
the rest of the
still- but I
council wants
represent-
to
I
vote or
represent
hold
the
off.
Township of Montclair.
No, I'm
not
just
the-
putting it
not-
out there, you know.
So let's go to the other end then, and if everyone would just, give how you feel. Should we move to vote on this evening, or should we wait until a later date?
If I may?
Yes, Councilor
I would say
Tomato.
we should not vote on it tonight for one particular reason, which is that we don't even know if this applies to, per the manager, to the BOE. I do know that the Board of Education, members of it, people of good faith, felt pretty blindsided, even though they don't have any plans. So first of all, there's no rush to do anything, because there are no plans to turf any fields.
No, Councilor D'Amato, are you finished?
Well, just give me a second. And the BOE, we have embarked on a, new journey with this independent body, this co-equal body in some regards, which hit a rocky patch a few years ago over this issue tangentially. And led to litigation and a lot of bad feelings. And so, hearing from our colleagues over there that they basically felt disrespected, just, a heads up, they just didn't know that we were looking at this, even though, again, or maybe because of the fact that they don't have any plans to turf anything, it just seemed rushed. And again, I'm really wondering right now, like, what exactly is the hurry, or we should be having the question of, like, the discussion of, like, the question I would put to the attorney is, would this bind the BOE as written?
I can't answer that at this time because I would have to do research of the law, but it would probably invite a challenge. So,
well,
that's the litigation aspect.
If nobody is planning on turfing anything, and I heard from people on the Board of Ed that they said we're not planning anything, then why, but they at the same time would probably be interested in protecting their institutional prerogatives, just their legal prerogatives to do things. Why would we invite a lawsuit by doing this?
Okay, Councilor
right now?
Lockman?
I just wanted to correct something, and Mr. Lopolo, you can help me out on this, but the Washington field has the potential to need to be re-turfed, because the turf there has a natural lifetime and shelf life, and it's expiring. And that could be a potential site that needs to be re-turfed if that happens, or we can say, we're not going to put artificial turf on this. So that, I just wanted to correct that, because
Right.
I believe that is true. Okay, and just with respect to can I continue?
Yes,
to my
Councilor
point?
Lockman.
So my point of view is this. So for the bulk of my career, I worked for a mining company that mined asbestos. And we had a lot of, early on, people didn't really recognize that asbestos was a problem product. And then it came gradually to the fore that there were a lot of associated illnesses, lung cancer, mesothelioma, all kinds of associated illnesses that came to the fore about asbestos. I'm kind of seeing that here when you start to read the research that we've been given and that I have read, and you're seeing in just the normal press here, that the PFAS in artificial turf can be very damaging to your health. So I see no reason why we need to have a product like that we have inklings of problems with it going forth, later on. Class action, one of our members of the public said that. Absolutely true. We know about it. You have no defense for it. So I feel like we should absolutely not have artificial turf on any of our town-owned properties, be they Board of Ed or municipal properties. From that very reason, we're exposing ourselves to the potential for loss in the future by not only just the financial expense, obviously the potential illness to our citizens here. So I would definitely be in favor of a moratorium or even a ban on artificial turf, but that's not the question at hand. Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Birmingham?
I am not entirely unsympathetic to an idea of a moratorium. I look at these locations listed here in this resolution. I guarantee you that none of these released a resolution on a Friday afternoon and then voted 2 weeks later on a moratorium. New York State, to just be accurate, has a moratorium on fields where there's intentional use of PFAS. Colorado, I heard mentioned, is not banning it until, I don't know if it's 2026 or 2028, because before they do that, they're banning it, PFAS, in dental floss, menstrual products, ski wax, other things that are waterproof. Concord has a carve-out for their high school.
I'm sorry, they have a who?
Concord, the town here listed, has a carve-out for their high school. Boston, Massachusetts, it was city fields. It does not apply to their schools. The reference here from the February 8th technical memorandum did not conclude that there needed to be a moratorium on fields. I will reference the AAP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, released a built environment and pediatric health just last year in 2023, referencing the importance of parks and walkability, which we have a lot of here in Montclair. And they did reference crumb rubber fields. They did not say that there needed to be a moratorium on this. I really just feel like there is an issue of respect, and that when you are going to do something that will involve and really will make your fellow stakeholders in a community have to do something, you will consult with them before you do it. You will, inform them that you're doing it and why you're doing it, and you will take stock of what your options are. I understand, for example, that the hillside field could be a really good proof of concept for a grass field that can be high usage and be maintained as a grass field. Again, I am not unsympathetic. I am, as Mayor Baskerville, I am also a pediatrician. I have an MPH. I am not unsympathetic. I was surprised to see this resolution in my packet on Friday. As Councilor D'Amato said, we do not have imminent installation. The George Washington Field, and I can tell you the history of George Washington Field like the back of my hand, because it was an issue of Glen Ridge and Montclair and being unfair a little bit to Montclair. I can tell you the history of that field and why it was turfed and when it was turfed and how it was paid for. I understand that it will be, at some point, need rehabilitation. It is not going to need rehabilitation in the next 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and if it did, we would have to approve funding for it. So again, for me, this is really, I am not unsympathetic to this idea. It is an issue for me of, as a community, again, most of these, Sharon, Wayland, Concord, they had community votes. In fact, they had several of them had referendums. It is just, I would, if you want to make it only town fields, the one property that we own, in 2 weeks, we could vote on that. If you want to make it, like New York State, intentional addition of PFAS, in 2 weeks, I can vote on that. Yeah. Otherwise, as a matter of respect to our fellow, members of the community who are also working hard, I would rather have an open discussion, a complete discussion, because I do not believe that the people, I believe that when you have a moratorium that could extend for 3 years, and it's not even in this referendum how long the moratorium would be, it deserves discussion and it deserves community involvement of all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Agreed, thank you. Deputy Mayor Shin Anderson.
Thank you. I really don't have that much more to add to Councilor Birmingham and Councilor D'Amato's comments. I concur with both of them. I think the entire community deserves a discussion, particularly the BOE. I heard somebody say that back in 2017, the Environmental Commission had advocated to the BOE about this very issue. And this morning I get an email from a member of the BOE wanting to be part of the discussion. So I see this as a really good opportunity to come together and just have an open dialogue about it before we decide that that we're going to. Again, I am not unsympathetic either. I've read the science. I understand. I've listened to all of the sides, and I don't know why we have to feel rushed to vote on this, especially since there are no plans. And if it's an opportunity to bring BOE property into this as well, that makes sense to me. So that's for those reasons. I do not want to vote on this tonight. Also, the language needs work. The language also needs work. I don't know, this hasn't been reviewed by the Human Services Committee. I see a lot of issues with the language, and so just for that reason by itself, I really don't feel comfortable voting on this.
Councilor Williams, but it appears as though we don't have enough to move it to a vote today, but Councilor Williams, I'd love to hear from you.
Oh, I don't really have anything more to add than what I just said in the beginning. Okay. I had concerns with the language of here, and I also, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think that this is more or less just optics, even if you were to pass this, because there's no plans to install anything. Now, in terms of replacement, right, if, for example, there's a patch of field that needs to be replaced, are you not going to you're going to make them rip up the whole thing because a 4-foot portion of that field needs to be replaced? I think it just kind of needs to be looked at, and we really need to really weigh all the ramifications of what's really going in here and just have a conversation. So that's it.
Okay, so unless I'm wrong, it doesn't appear as though we need to vote on this evening. So we're going to move to
Mayor, can I just have one word?
the executive session at this point in time, because that's just a discussion item, and we're going to have the discussion at a later time. Councilor D'Amato, is it something that really is urgent?
Yeah, I
and
just
it
think that
can't wait,
everybody-
And it's short, because
Very,
I'd
very
like to get
short.
to the executive
I
session.
would like, so we're going to have a conversation in the community. We should have, and I think it should be like the one
But
we're
we're not
having.
going to decide that tonight.
No, but it should be respectful, and we should encourage everybody to be respectful of each other and, and listen to each other and understand that it is about, priorities that have to be
Thank you, Councilor
balanced.
D'Amato. We're going to move into the executive
Mayor,
session. Yes?
Can I do one thing, and I apologize for this, just to distribute this. At the September 10th meeting, we pulled a resolution for the roof, the new roof on Cornerstone Building next door. There's an explanation of how we did it. It's grant money. So we don't put the new roof on the building, we lose the money. So we have to make a decision on what you want to do. There's a detailed explanation on how it was put out to bid twice. We did an RFP. It was done in part so we could negotiate that.
So I'm
So
sorry,
I'm just gonna-
Manager Lapola.
I'm just
you-
gonna
I don't
pass
know
this
what we're
out.
doing.
I'm just going to pass it out, and we'll talk about it next time, hopefully.
Okay,
All
but
right? That's it.
we had to do that before the executive session for some reason. I'm just trying to figure out
I
what's
just
going
wanted to
on
be in the
here.
context of the discussion items, that's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going to adjourn the meeting for executive session, and if anyone needs to take a 5-minute break, they're going to take
Need
the
to
break.
move in a second.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Mayor, if we're going to move into executive session, are you making that motion?
Yes, I'm going to
Okay,
make a
can I have-
motion to do that.
Okay. You're going to do a voice vote, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you.
Huh?
Or what goes through subcommittees and what doesn't?
That's really important.
Yeah, because that was outrageous.
Okay, a motion to return from the executive session and return to our council meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting with apologies to council members who had other things that we were not able to get to this evening, but we will make every effort to get it done as soon as possible. Is there a second to the motion to adjourn?
Second.
And to that resolution.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, good night, or good morning.